Chapter 2439. This bitch. The pretty boy Wei Xian and Xiao Wanjin were indeed greatly surprised. As for Chu Yang, this bitch, he was really unconstrained. Even though they were kindred spirits, they couldn't understand him at all. Where does your confidence come from? Rui Zi sneered after his surprise. Country bumpkin, haven't you noticed that I really want to kill you now? What a joke. If you don't want to kill me, wouldn't it be meaningless for me to do this? Chu Yang looked at Rui Zi and smiled. I thought you would be curious about the reason, but it seems like you're not an interesting person. As he spoke, he pointed at Rui Zi and said, Country bumpkin, you're too weak. You don't have the right to pretend to be ignorant. Learn to be an interesting person first. Waha, I'm indeed the only one in this world who can pretend to be ignorant and float in a muddle-headed state. In the end, he put his hands on his hips again and laughed wildly. Rui Zi didn't laugh. His expression became even colder, and his killing intent became even stronger. This was because he was jealous at this moment. I'm indeed curious now, he said coldly. Country bumpkin, tell me the reason why you want to be friends with me. Can you defeat the killing intent in my heart? Chu Yang didn't care at all. He smiled happily and said, You shouldn't be too bad, right? Of course I'm not bad. Rui Zi said proudly. A woman who can make you infatuated with her shouldn't be too bad. Rui Zi already understood the reason and couldn't help but be stunned. Chu Yang smiled even more happily. Thank you for telling me how outstanding she is. After saying this to Rui Zi, he immediately looked at Shi Danfeng affectionately. Wife, I'll love you for 10,000 years. Swoosh. Immediately, everyone's gazes turned to Shi Danfeng. Shi Danfeng was caught off guard, and an inexplicable fire burned on her. That inexplicable rascal was right in front of everyone, and he was acting so shamelessly. She was at a loss, and her face was red with embarrassment. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen your husband express his love for his wife? Chu Yang scolded everyone carelessly. If you dare to pressure my wife again, I won't forgive you if I have to kneel on a washboard when I go back. The crowd was in disarray. Were they the ones who embarrassed the talented girl? Or was it this shameless thing that actually blamed them? Of course, that was not all. They also had a great understanding of Chu Yang. Rui Zi pretending to be unconscious was already very arrogant, but Chu Yang was even more arrogant. Because Chu Yang was even more excessive. He was frivolous, and he laughed and cursed wantonly without restraint. He took everything in the world seriously, so he didn't care in the slightest about the ridicule, misunderstanding, hostility, and so on of others. In short, you can do whatever you want. It has nothing to do with me. Hurry up and get out of my way. Don't interfere with my gaming life. Everyone could tell, and Rui Zi could naturally tell as well. He felt even more upset. There was actually someone in the world who lived even more unbridled and exciting than him. You're crazy enough. SOSO, third in the world. Only third place. There's no such person in the first and second places. I'm just trying to make it rhyme. Do you understand? It's such a pity for such a person to die. Rui Zi's voice became colder. You don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Also, do you have any last words before you die? Impudent. Chu Yang suddenly roared and jabbed Rui Zi angrily. Country bumpkin, it's your fortune that I want to be friends with you. You actually dare to disobey me. You're really stupid and audacious. How casual was that? So what if his opponent was Rui Zi? How could he make him afraid? Chapter 2440. How dare you look down on me? Rui Zi's tone was low and angry. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the two purple lines were also floating. Chu Yang was a little envious. He immediately roared, Hey, that thing. What's up with that purple line? Who allowed you to be so cool? Did you report it to me? Chu Yang was a little dazzled by the purple line in his eyes. You're still so mocking and looking down on me. Rui Zi revealed his white teeth like the sharp teeth of a man-eating beast. He smiled sinisterly. Country bumpkin, when I'm about to beat you to death, I'll naturally tell you. Country bumpkin, you're still not convinced. Chu Yang roared again. If you're not convinced, I'll beat you until you are. Country bumpkin, take this. Chu Yang was naturally unhappy with Rui Zi's arrogance and killing intent, but he had to stall for time. Of course, he did not have to be friends with Rui Z. He was just doing it on a whim. However, it was better to have more friends than enemies. There was no harm in killing him. There were plenty of people in the world who could make friends. Of course, he was also confident that this was not just a clone of his. He was using it to test Rui Z and see how strong he had become after using Immortal Chi. However, when he said that, Zhuo Kaichong and the others were already laughing and joking. Whoosh! With the seven evils blood demon staff in his hand, Chu Yang's figure moved and immediately disappeared into the void. Rui Z, on the other hand, was completely unmoved. He stood there motionlessly. In the next moment, Chu Yang appeared behind Rui Z and swung the seven fiend blood demon staff down. When the bloody staff fell, it quickly enlarged. In an instant, it was like a heavenly pillar. A murderous aura swept through the world, completely dyeing the void red. The staff was like the sky, and when it fell, it was as if the sky had collapsed. Rui Z still did not move. Like a small stone, he was directly smashed into powder and completely disappeared. However, the staff stopped in midair and did not fall. Chu Yang's staff smashed down. It was as if he had thrown a punch with all his strength, but it hit empty air. It was only an afterimage of Rui Z. Rui Z was extremely fast and had already escaped. Country bumpkin, you are too slow. The voice came from behind Chu Yang. Rui Z. It was unknown when he had arrived behind Chu Yang, but he did not make a move. If he made a move, even if he couldn't kill Chu Yang, he would definitely be able to severely injure Chu Yang. What a fast speed. Compared to him, I'm like a snail. Although Chu Yang was extremely shocked, his movements were not slow at all. With a whoosh, he once again entered the void and disappeared. Then, with the same action, he appeared behind Rui Z again, and the staff came crashing down like the heavens. This time around, Rui Z did not dodge. Instead, he extended his palm to receive the incoming attack. With a bang, the large rod that was like a heavenly pillar smashed into the palm that was so small that it could be ignored. Then it bounced back in an extremely strange manner, like a small stone smashing into a wall. Did you not eat? You are not even as strong as a chicken. Rui Z suddenly exerted his strength, and the seven evils blood demon staff instantly returned to its original state. Then, he looked at Chu Yang with extreme disdain. Not only has your speed increased, but your strength has also increased tremendously. Is Immortal Chi that shocking? Whoosh! Rui Z teased, allowing Chu Yang to do whatever he wanted. Naturally, Chu Yang would not hold back. This time, he did not use the space technique. Instead, he took a step forward with the 5 elements chaotic steps. Immediately, one after another, Chu Yang appeared. They were so densely packed that it was as if they filled up the void. It was impossible to tell which one was the real one. However, Rui Z suddenly moved. He reached out his hand and directly grabbed Chu Yang by the neck, lifting him up like a chicken. You dare to use such insignificant skills to embarrass yourself. Chapter 2441. The State of an Immortal. Chu Yang's pupils suddenly shrank. This so-called state of an immortal allowed Rui Z's speed, strength, and senses to increase to a terrifying level, so much so that it was somewhat unimaginable. The state of an immortal is to use Immortal Chi as a guide to step into the forbidden zone of the immortals. As for the effect, you should have felt it. You and I are different from immortals and mortals. Rui Z clutched Chu Yang's neck and revealed his white teeth once again. He smiled sinisterly and said, I've said before that when I tell you all this, you'll be dying soon. Do you have any last words now? The state of an immortal? Interesting. In midair, the many Chu Yangs spoke at the same time. Their voices overlapped, causing everyone to be surprised and astonished. Even Rui Z was taken aback. However, he soon relaxed completely because he had already caught hold of Chu Yang's real body. I'm a little puzzled. You still dare to be impudent in front of me at this time? Rui Z's tone was sharp, but there was also some doubt in it. Ha! Many Chu Yangs laughed out loud once again. Their unbridled laughter overlapped and reverberated in the world. It was extremely loud and clear. "You bastard, I've changed my mind." After laughing loudly, Chu Yong said, "I've always been the one who grabbed others by the neck and lifted them up. I've never been grabbed by the neck and lifted up. You're dead meat." "Oomph." Rui Zi snorted coldly and mocked. "You're about to die. I really don't know where you get the confidence to say such shameless words. Do you think I'll be scared by your bravado?" After a pause, he suddenly thought of something, and his face suddenly turned gloomy. Then, his expression was filled with endless disdain. "Oh, I understand. You're so unbridled because of the seniors of the Sage Monarch Academy, right? You've had such a backing from the beginning. Why would you have any scruples? And this is your so-called ability, ha." Rui Zi laughed angrily, his laughter filled with extreme contempt. He had originally admired Chu Yong, and was even jealous of him. But now that he thought about it, it was simply a joke. When everyone heard this, their opinion of Chu Yong suddenly changed. Chu Yong was no different from a spoiled brat who relied on others to be presumptuous. What kind of ability was that? Their expressions couldn't help but reveal looks of disdain. The result of the battle between Rui Zi and Chu Yong was already decided. Zhuo Kaichong, Lu Wu, and the others saw everything clearly. Zhuo Kaichong cupped his fists and said to Feng Bushun, "Brother Feng, sorry to trouble you." "Brother Zhuo, you're too polite." Feng Bushun politely returned the greeting. He did not show any expression that would displease Zhuo Kaichong and the others. It was as if he had already become friends with Zhuo Kaichong and the others. The general idea was the same. When Chu Yong said that he wanted to make friends with the Rui sect, such a suggestion surprised Zhuo Kaichong and the others, but they also sighed. Dealing with the relationship with the Rui sect was so simple. Harmony was the most important. They had studied for their entire lives for nothing. Therefore, Zhuo Kaichong immediately made the suggestion, and Feng Bushun immediately agreed. The Rui sect naturally wanted to build a good relationship with the Sage Monarch Academy. The reason was simple. The Sage Monarch Academy was considered a colossus in the middle ground. If the Rui sect could build a good relationship with the Sage Monarch Academy, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Moreover, Chu Yong was indeed extraordinary. As for the conflict between him and the Rui Zi, it should not be a problem to resolve it. Unfortunately, the final result was that Chu Yong seemed to be much worse than expected. However, this did not prevent the Sage Monarch Academy from building a good relationship with the Rui sect. Song Tangming of your institute is much more magnanimous than my inferior disciple. Feng Bushun was speaking the truth. Then he continued, "I'll be back soon." Chapter 2442. Junior Sister Xiaoxiang. This is also why you were not worried from the start to the end, right? After Rui Zi finished mocking Chu Yong, he aimed his firepower at Shi Danfeng. Shi Danfeng's expression did not change at all. She said indifferently, "You underestimate him too much." Huh? Rui Zi felt extremely surprised. Everyone was surprised as well. "Don't you think that it is too easy?" Shi Danfeng continued. "He already knows that you used immortal qi. Did he not take any precautions? Although I do not know what he is planning or what he is relying on, I'm sure that you are getting cocky too early." "Ha! My wife understands me." Before Rui Zi could speak, Chu Yang's voice rang out. He was not elsewhere, but right beside Shi Danfeng. When Chu Yang appeared, Shi Danfeng was caught off guard. So, he held Shi Danfeng in his arms and openly defiled her. Shi Danfeng bit him fiercely, but he didn't let go. Xiao Chen's appearance stunned everyone, shocking them. Naturally, Xiao Chen found a way to deal with this. Simply put, Rui Zi was just using the Immortal Epic's advantage to bully Xiao Chen. Immortal Qi was the condensed essence of the Immortal Epic. At the very least, it was one of the essences. After figuring this out, dealing with Rui Zi's Immortal Qi was not that difficult. Did Xiao Chen not have it? Of course, Qiang had it. He even had 2 epics worth of civilizations. Not mentioning the civilizations of his previous life, as it was difficult to capture something like Immortal Qi. However, the Confucian epic was different. He even obtained the most shocking horrifying, and inconceivable great assimilation scripture of the Confucian epic. However, Xiao Chun did not want to reveal the great assimilation scripture. Hence, he kept teasing and playing pranks to stall for time, giving him more time to observe Rui Zi and think of countermeasures. The immortal epic had immortal qi. What did the Confucian epic have? Immortal qi could trigger the immortal state. What could the Confucian epic trigger? Comparing the two, the Confucian epic's literary qi was not as good as immortal qi. After thinking about it, Xiao Chun felt that there was only righteous qi and overwhelming righteous qi. Overwhelming righteous qi to trigger the Confucian state. If that didn't work, he would just use the great assimilation scripture and leave the Sage Monarch Academy. He would change his identity again, and no one would be able to find him. It's called qi. It's extremely big and strong. It's straight and harmless, and it's stuffed between heaven and earth. It is qi, matching righteousness and Tao. It is not discouragement. It was born from the accumulation of righteousness, not obtained through righteousness. If one does not have a humble heart, one will be discouraged. Chu Yang began to recite. It was not Wen Tianxiang's song of righteousness, but Mencius's explanation and definition of the son of Hauran. He wanted to use this opportunity to activate the Saint King mysterious realm and form the grand righteous qi to activate the state of Confucianism. The Sage King College was a geographical advantage. If he didn't use it, he would be a fool. Live widely under the heavens, establish the right position under the heavens, and walk the great path under the heavens. If you succeed, you'll follow the people. If you fail, you'll walk the path alone. Don't be corrupted by riches and honor. Don't be swayed by poverty. Don't be subdued by might. This is what a real man is. As he recited, Rui Zi had already thrown away Chu Yang's heavenly soul world clone. His expression was cold, but he didn't make a move. He wanted to see how capable Chu Yang was. Of course, Rui Zi was confident. Suddenly, Chu Yang's voice became louder. It was like the voice of the great Tao of heaven and earth, but it wasn't his own doing. It was because of some kind of power. Immediately, the Sage Monarch mysterious realm suddenly lit up without a sound. It was like a sacred sun. Beams of incandescent sacred light shone out, instantly illuminating the heavens and earth. Set a heart for heaven and earth. Set a life for the people. Inherit the lost knowledge of the past saints, and establish peace for all ages. Chapter 2443. The Sage Monarch Mystic Realm, a relic left behind from the Confucian era, was completely activated at this moment. Zhuo Kaichang and the others turned pale with fright. They were so excited that they trembled. The Sage Monarch Academy fell into great shock and ecstasy. The people who were watching the battle between Chu Yang and Rui Zi felt their hearts throbbing at the sight of this strange turn of events. In a short period of time, the holy light completely enveloped the world. Everyone temporarily lost their vision and could not see anything, but they still had their senses. They felt a kind of qi. That kind of qi was the greatest and strongest. It filled all directions and was omnipresent. That kind of qi had righteousness and the Tao as its foundation. It was righteous and bright, and it was in harmony with the world. It was the righteous path of the world and the backbone of the world. This was only the perception of the people. Chu Yang knew it more clearly and deeply. The righteous qi was a kind of perceptual power. It was a kind of spiritual power that was born from one's heart. It was one's will, one's moral heart. It was an internal transcendence, not an external transcendence. It was a kind of sincere cultivation of one's moral character. In the end, it would turn into one with the world. Chu Yang had grasped the Great Harmony Sutra and left his own deep mark in the Sage Monarch mystic realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to activate it. Rumble. Silently, a great power rose from the Sage Monarch Academy and entered the world. Then, it poured down from the 9 heavens and into Chu Yang's body. Immediately, in Chu Yang's two-dimensional coordinates, the embryonic world of the Confucian path evolved further. At the same time, on his body, a brand new rule of the Confucian path was also born crazily, weaving on his body. The most shocking thing was that from the deepest part of his heart, a world of the Confucian path seemed to be born. Waves of righteous power surged out and fused with his body. With a pop, Chu Yang heard an inexplicable sound. Then, he felt his body suddenly break through a thin membrane. Then he seemed to have stepped into a mysterious world, into the world of the Confucian path, into the era of the Confucian path. In an instant, his perception expanded infinitely, seeming to be able to cross the river of time and space to sense everything in the Confucian epic. His strength also seemed to rise infinitely, as if all the strength of the Confucian epic had poured into his body. The Rui child's immortal state should be roughly like this, right? This was truly a wondrous and intoxicating feeling. Chu Yang fell into it and found it hard to extricate himself. He felt as if he had become the epic lord of the Confucian path. After an unknown amount of time, the strange phenomenon disappeared. When people could see again, every pair of eyes immediately stared at Chu Yang. The Rui seed was even more so. Sure, Dan Feng, Wei Xian, Xiao Wanjin, and Zhuo Kaichang were all like this. To be more precise, they were more concerned about it. Chu Yang had a closer relationship with them, and he had also triggered the Sage King mystic realm. Every one of them was of great concern to them. In midair, Chu Yang did not seem to be any different from before. He did not seem to have any cultivation and was like a scholar, but he did not have a sloppy temperament. He was elegant, knowledgeable, mature, and steady. He was also extremely calm. When people who were annoyed looked at him, they seemed to be able to calm down immediately. Two tentacle-like lines floated out of his pupils. It was impossible to tell what color they were. There was also a faint image in them, but it could not be seen clearly. It seemed to be a painting of mountains and rivers, a spring river, a moonlit night, or a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. He was clearly like the Rui child. He had also entered a certain state, the Confucian state. This thing, is immortal chi so amazing? Is the immortal state so amazing? In the silence, Chu Yang opened his mouth and broke the silence. The calmness in everyone's hearts was immediately shattered. Immediately, the world turned upside down. If you don't show off, then I'll kill you. Boom. Chapter 2444. Chu Yang, who was in the state of Confucianism, was filled with righteousness and righteousness. Evil spirits and monsters seemed to be immediately turned into ashes when they encountered him. The might of his body was fearsome, like an emperor whose anger would cause rivers of blood to flow and the people to be plunged into misery and suffering. However, he was more like a wise scholar who was in charge of the imperial court. With a smile, he could turn ores into ashes and smoke. He could also create a flourishing age where flowers were like brocade and fire was like oil being poured on. Apart from his pupils, there were two rays of light drifting out from his eyes like tentacles. One of his eyes seemed to be a flourishing age where the world was at peace. The other seemed to be a chaotic age where the people were dying. If he was the emperor, Rui Zi would be a criminal. If he was the prime minister who ruled the world, Rui Zi would be a national traitor. I represent the moon to destroy you. This was supposed to be a matter of life and death. At this critical juncture, it was extremely austere. However, when Chu Yang suddenly said this, it immediately threw everything into chaos. The matter of life and death seemed to have become a child's game. The crowd was immediately in an uproar. This was not the first time this had happened. Many people felt as if there were 10,000 horses galloping through their hearts. They were so upset that they almost cursed out loud and completely activated the three-character classic. This was not what they had been waiting for. Song Tangming, could you be a little more serious? Haha, I can sense that you're all caught off guard and all kinds of stupefaction. But why aren't you cursing out loud? So you know this too. Many people could not help but grit their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. At the same time, from such impudence, they could see that Song Deming did not take Ruizi seriously at all. Whoosh! While many people were having mixed thoughts, they were caught off guard again. Chu Yang suddenly moved. This time, He did not use spatial techniques. He shot straight at Rui Z like a bolt of lightning. He was like a sun flying rapidly above the firmament. Everywhere he passed, a pure and holy belt of light was formed. There was not a single impurity in the belt of light, nor his figure. It was extremely pure. In the blink of an eye, he saw a child who was just starting out, shaking his head. Then the child became a teenager, a young man, a man in the prime of his life. His head was pierced by a beam, and he studied hard. He became an elementary scholar, a high scholar, and then an official. He entered the imperial court and ruled the world. The scene that appeared in the belt of light was like the whole process of a scholar cultivating his body, managing his family, and ruling the country. It was the life that all scholars hoped for. In the end, the belt of light even showed the evolution of Confucianism, as if the entire epic of Confucianism was shown. Even though the person was unreliable, the scene he created was extremely shocking, making people lose their minds. After Chu Yang entered the state of Confucianism, Rui Zi became completely mute. His face was solemn, and his brows were tightly furrowed. He seemed to have realized that he would definitely lose, but he was unwilling to accept it. Kill. Whoosh. He also shot out like lightning. Purple chi surged and formed a belt of light, a purple belt of light. The mysterious phenomenon of purple chi coming from the east appeared. Then, the immortal epic seemed to spread out. This was a clash between Confucian and immortal, a clash between the Confucian epic and the immortal epic. Who would win and who would lose? Everyone didn't even blink. They were all paying close attention and waiting. The pure and holy belt of light and the purple belt of light clashed silently. There were no fluctuations. It was like two beams of light met, like two pieces of cloth joining together. It was strange and majestic. After a while, the pure and holy belt of light was like a white river. It flowed along the purple river and surged over. All the purple belts of light quickly disappeared, turning into pure and holy belts of light. Boom! Chapter 2445. The latter was even faster, and people could not see his face, so they could not determine who he was. All they could see was a large character smashing out, sending the former flying and crashing into the ground. Boom! The ground shook violently, and loud rumbling sounds reverberated in all directions. At this time, a voice rang out. Do you recognize the large character? The movement seemed to be faster than the sound. After it ended, the voice entered people's ears, but no one knew if that was the case. However, they finally saw who was who. The former was Rui Zi, and the latter was Song Tangming. Rui Zi was no match for Song Tangming and was sent flying. This result was in line with everyone's expectations, but their hearts were still in a perilous situation, as if heaven and earth were being turned upside down. Moreover, what kind of method was Song Tangming using? Who here did not recognize the large character? How could Rui Zi not recognize the character? Was this a joke or a humiliation? Why did this character have such great power? With a whoosh, Rui Zi flew out from the ground. He was like a flying sword, extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was suspended in mid-air. At this time, people saw that his chest had caved in, and he was wrapped in purple chi. Under the effect of the purple chi, his injuries were healed in the blink of an eye, and he was as good as new. It was shocking. 2 questions. Chu Yang was not in a hurry to make a move in midair. His right fist was wrapped in a light barrier, as if he was holding a world in his hand. He raised 2 fingers with his left hand. Do you think I'm slow? Was this a competition of speed? The collision of light ribbons was a competition of speed. Everyone finally caught a glimpse of what was going on, and a rich imagination began to unfold in their minds. Ruizi's expression was dark, and his eyes flickered. The purple light that floated out of his pupils was like fine threads being blown by the wind, constantly drifting backward. Second question, I said you can't recognize the character. Do you have a problem with that? This was indeed a humiliation. Ruizi had humiliated Chu Yang before, and not only had Chu Yang returned it, he had even gifted it. Kill. Ruizi did not reply. The immortal chi around him surged violently, and he attacked again. He was like a purple dragon, and his fist was wrapped in rolling purple chi. Behind him, the avatar of an immortal guiding the way appeared. This could be said to be the immortal's guidance, but it could also be said to be the immortal's condemnation of Chu Yang. In the vision, the immortal's finger was almost pointing directly at Chu Yang's nose. Do you know how to count? Chu Yang rushed forward, and his right fist seemed to be able to use an entire world as a weapon as he punched out. Immediately, tens of thousands of beams of holy light formed a mathematical problem of 1 + 1 = what? Behind him, a flourishing dynasty and a peaceful world appeared. Dong! When the two fists collided, it was as if two stars had collided. The heavens and earth shook violently, as if they were going to resonate and disintegrate. The purple light and the holy light shone at the same time, and each of them shot up into the 9 heavens. All the clouds in the world were silently wiped out. The two streaks of light that soared into the sky were like two huge heavenly pillars, propping up the heavens and earth. Below, Chu Yang and Ruizi were like two thieves, trying to lift up the heavenly pillars and steal them away. Enraging the heavenly pillars' owner, Ruizi was sent flying, while Chu Yang remained where he was, as if arguing with the heavenly pillars' owner. The matters of scholars could not be called stealing. The endless energy that was released from the collision was wildly leaking and destroying. It was as if the heavenly pillar's owner was unable to refute Chu Yang's twisted logic, and he completely lost control, cursing out crazily. Endless light and strong gales. Chapter 2446. Chu Yang didn't take advantage of his victory to pursue the matter. He raised two fingers again and said the same words, 2 questions. First, am I a weakling? Second question, do you know how to count? Ruizi still didn't say anything. The crowd couldn't help but complain about Chu Yang. This clown was too petty and too vengeful. Not only did he take revenge, but he also had to deliver another round of humiliation. He returned the favor doubly and faithfully carried it out. Just as I expected, everything I expected has happened. I've also lost. Ruizi finally spoke. This time, he didn't fly out of the pit. He lay in the big pit dejectedly with an extremely lonely expression. TSK, who told you to copy me? Do you think you can copy Song Tongming's paralysis just because you want to? Chu Yang suddenly let out a loud roar, scaring the astonished people half to death. Shi Danfeng was no exception. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but glare at him. Ruizi, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. He seemed to have foreseen Song Tongming's actions long ago. He said indifferently, Song Tongming, I've already foreseen all of your actions. Do you find it meaningful to play these games? The crowd was finally shocked. Ruizi had already said this once before. They didn't believe him at all and didn't care. However, when Ruizi emphasized this point again, it seemed like they had no choice but to believe him. Chu Yang smiled. Are you saying that in the state of immortals, your ability to predict the enemy's moves is definitely not inferior to mine? I'm not as good as you, but my predictions are definitely not wrong. The crowd's reaction lagged. After Ruizi spoke, the crowd burst into a shocking uproar. You can't be wrong about what you predicted? What does that mean? Could it be that Ruizi can predict all of Song Tongming's actions, predict everything that will happen, and the outcome? It can't be that scary, right? If Ruizi can predict all of this and react accordingly, how could he lose? If Ruizi can predict it, can't Song Tongming predict it? In such an inconceivable contest, even Ruizi admitted his inferiority and admitted defeat. If that's the case, doesn't it mean that the two of them already knew everything before they started fighting? Is that even possible? The great reaction of the crowd interrupted the performance of Chu Yang and Rui Child. They became the protagonists, unable to believe what they were hearing. The state of an immortal was just that unimaginable. The state of Confucianism was so unpredictable. Everyone's reactions were intense. The clamor was enormous, but it also subsided quickly because they all wanted to know the answer. You're not as good as me. How can you be sure that your prediction is absolutely correct? When Chuyang opened his mouth again, he suddenly smiled strangely and said, Ruizi, please raise the little white flag. Little white flag. Ruizi was immediately stunned. Although the state of an immortal was very mysterious and could deduce many things from the opponent, to the extent that he could predict the opponent's every move and even their words, it was ultimately not foreseeing the future. There was still a limit. Moreover, Chuyang was an extremely special person. He was very different from the people of the heavenly soul world. Just like this little white flag. Even if he knew Chu Yang's personality and guessed that his actions would definitely be comical and playful, he would never have thought that he would raise the little white flag. Whether it was the state of an immortal or the state of Confucianism, they could only predict the opponent's moves. Ruizi was further defeated. His expression became even more gloomy. Then, without any resistance, he transformed into a white flag and raised it. Don't you know how to shake it a little to express your sincere surrender? Immediately, Ruizi shook the little white flag. There was no humiliation in his heart, only endless frustration. He would definitely not care about such humiliation. What kind of person was he? Such a small humiliation with a funny attribute was nothing to him. He was afraid that there would be even more outrageous things behind this bastard. Because this bastard could not be judged by common sense at all. If he made some strange humiliation, he might not be able to bear it. Chapter 2447. Waha! The small white flag was fluttering in the wind. Chuyang was very happy. He put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly. His appearance made everyone want to beat him up. Unfortunately, no one had the ability to do so. Song Tangming, how many times has it been? Can't you change your pose? Although Ruizi had heard this kind of wild laughter before, he was still irritated to hear it again. Of course not, definitely not. Chuyang criticized. This is called a characteristic, a distinct personal characteristic. A characteristic that was formed with great difficulty should be publicized. How can you give it up halfway? You're obviously digging a well like it's turning over the ground. You won't be able to drink water for the rest of your life. Waha! Ruizi surrendered completely. What was originally a shameless thing could actually make this guy speak reason. He even slandered and belittled him, and then taught him. He was really sneaky. Song Tangming, let's be friends? He threw out this sentence. Chuyang was instantly enraged. He said angrily, You bastard, didn't you want me to regret it until my intestines turned green? My intestines haven't turned green yet, so how can you change your mind? I definitely won't agree. Who doesn't brag when they're young? It's acceptable to brag to the heavens once in a while. Ruizi responded calmly. Besides, friends are made through fighting. Without fighting, you won't know each other. I'm completely convinced now. What else do you want? Chuyang rubbed his chin and said affirmatively, What you said makes sense. I often brag to the heavens, and it's always more than 10,000 cows flying in the sky. Without fighting, you won't know each other. That makes sense too. Then, he said, However, your level is too low. You only cry when you see the coffin. I can't afford to have a friend like you. You still want to kill me? TSK. Ruizi said disdainfully. Can you kill me? Chuyang also laughed. Are you talking about bird killers, children, old fogies, hypocrites, and hypocrites? Hee, you bastard, don't believe in your ability to predict the enemy's moves. You have to understand that I'm better at predicting the enemy's moves. You are indeed stronger, but overall, and when it comes to crucial decisions, I will definitely not be wrong. You sure are confident. Of course I'm confident. I'll make you lose confidence. Pa! Chuyang suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed Ruizi out of the pit. Then he grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up in the air. He sneered, Do you think that I don't dare to kill you now? Are you really that petty? Ruizi was not frightened. Thanks for the compliment. I didn't tell you about the chokehold in advance, so you could easily choke me without being condemned by the crowd. Isn't that very foresight? Now that you've said it, I'm embarrassed to pinch you. Chuyang said disdainfully. Who do you think I am? Do you think I care about what others think? Ruizi was suddenly speechless. The expression on his face was rather interesting. Finally, he said, "You really are shameless. I don't find this kind of compliment fresh anymore. Can you change it to something else, please? After all, I'm a legendary figure who has plucked all the flowers in the world and who can't fit into the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards." Chuyang looked at Ruizi with a smile and asked seriously, "Can you not underestimate me, please?" Ruizi's head was really hurting now. He really could not be sure if Chuyang would dare to kill him or if he could kill him. Bang! Chuyang threw Ruizi to the ground and said, "Can I proceed to the next step now?" Yes. Did Ruizi have any other choice? No. Chapter 2448. Chuyang had initially wanted to use the Great Harmony Sutra to infiltrate Ruizi's mind and read his memories to obtain the method to cultivate celestial qi. However, if this was discovered, it would be a little troublesome. Ruizi was right. He had no chance of killing Ruizi at all. The moment he wanted to act ruthlessly, Kaichang and the others would definitely appear immediately. Otherwise, he could directly kill Ruizi and then extract his spirit. Wouldn't the method to cultivate celestial qi be easily obtained? But now this was the only way. You want to cultivate celestial qi? Ruizi was very surprised. Chuyang had already grasped the civilization of the One Tao epic. If he touched upon the celestial epic, the two would clash. Can I? You can. Then please hand it over. If it had been anyone else, Ruizi would have treated it like a fart. Putting aside the conflict between celestial qi and overwhelming righteousness, just cultivating celestial qi was extremely difficult. Not many people could do it. However, this thing in front of him was a super bastard. Super bastard. He could always do super bastard things. Ruizi surrendered. He tossed out a scripture and said, "This is the 4 Symbols Celestial Sutra." Chuyang was puzzled. That's enough? Enough! Is the 4 Symbols Celestial Sutra the Celestial Sutra that you're cultivating? No. Is this more advanced than yours? Of course, the 4 Symbol Celestial Sutra is inferior. Chuyang directly tossed the ancient scripture at Ruizi's face. You have the nerve to take it out to brush me off. You still don't understand the situation? Can your woman be given to others? Ruizi explained in a questioning tone. Of course not. Not even if you beat me to death. Chuyang naturally understood what Ruizi meant. The Celestial Sutra that Ruizi cultivated definitely could not be spread to outsiders. He understood, but did not care. The reason is very sufficient, but this analogy still cannot stop me from being filthy. Do you understand? Celestial Sutras were not wives, and Ruizi naturally understood. He could only say, "There is an even more beautiful woman. Do you want her?" He threw another ancient scripture over and added, "However, although this woman is beautiful, it will be difficult to marry her. If I can't do it, you might not be able to do it. Eat more and worry less." Just because the Ruizi could not cultivate an immortal sutra did not mean that he could not. Chuyang took the immortal sutra and started flipping through it. Great development, immortal scripture. There are 50 great Taos, and the heavens derive 49. Escape 1, capture 1, and derive 3,000. There were 50 heavenly Taos and 49 great evolution Taos. The only thing missing was 1. Once this 1 was made up, the heavenly Taos would no longer change and return a primal chaos. 1 was a variable, 3,000 was an imaginary number, and 3,000 could be said to be infinite. The beginning of the grand development, immortal scripture states that one must capture one of the grand Taos and use this to derive a myriad of Taos. However, there were contradictions. There were only 50 heavenly Taos, so how could they evolve into tens of thousands of Taos? According to different understandings, this was actually not contradictory. There was a reason for the saying of 50, knowing one's destiny at 50 and not being confused at 40. 49 was a threshold between the two, so there was the saying of 50 heavenly Taos. However, the heavenly Taos could actually be infinite. Once this was solved, everything would be connected. One was a variable, so naturally it could derive a myriad of things. However, how could one capture the escape one? Chu Yang only read the beginning and knew the difficulty of cultivating the grand development immortal scripture. To capture the escape one was equivalent to capturing a variable. How could that be possible? It was the case for other people, but it was not impossible for Chu Yang. He did not need to capture the escape one at all. Perhaps he already had it. His corporeal body carried the Tao, and his flesh shell was equivalent to a heaven and earth. The escape one was in his body, so there was no need to capture it. Chapter 2449. Chu Yang's sinister smile was like the smile of a demon. Even though Rui Zi was not familiar with this bastard, he could tell that this bastard had bad intentions. However, Rui Zi did not believe this. After thinking about it for a while, he became even more certain of this and directly agreed. Very well, I'll bet with you. Ha! Chu Yang laughed loudly. It looks like you still don't know what kind of genius this commander is. Just wait to lose your wife. Naturally, Chu Yang wanted to cultivate immortal qi or the state of an immortal. It would be best if there were no problems with it. However, the Great Development Immortal Sutra could not guarantee this. The Immortal Sutra that Rui Zi cultivated did not have this problem. Hence, Chu Yang made such a move. The reason for this was that it was very difficult to obtain the Immortal Sutra that Rui Zi cultivated from him. As for the Great Development Immortal Sutra, or the Immortal Sutra that Rui Zi cultivated, he could only determine whether they were real or fake. Naturally, there were risks. How could something like the Immortal Sutra be so easily obtained? How could he do it without taking some risks? Hence, Chu Yang could not help but admit that he was very greedy. He also felt that one day he would really die because of greed. Humph! Faced with Chu Yang's arrogance, Rui Zi only snorted coldly and did not say anything else. However, he mocked inwardly, Song Tangming, without the imprint of the immortal epic. I want to see how you can cultivate it. Naturally, Chu Yang could sense Rui Zi's disdain. He also knew that Rui Zi was definitely holding back. He ignored Rui Zi and sat down cross-legged. Then, he flipped through the Great Development Immortal Sutra and started cultivating. When everyone saw this scene, they were very surprised. At first, many people made a ruckus. However, they were afraid of angering Chu Yang and suffering a calamity. So, their voices soon died down and they started discussing quietly. This Song Tangming is really bold. He has not even confirmed the authenticity of the Immortal Sutra, yet he dares to cultivate it so rashly. Is he crazy? Even if the Immortal Sutra is not fake, how can he cultivate it in such a short time? Cultivation requires talent. If it were that easy, everyone would be able to cultivate, and everyone would be able to cultivate immortal energy and enter the state of immortality. What you said makes sense, but look at who this person is. This was Song Tangming. If others couldn't do it, it didn't mean that he couldn't. That's why I think it's best not to look at him as usual. Otherwise, you'll be slapped in the face again. That's true. Putting everything else aside, just the battle between him and Rui Zi gave us so many unexpected surprises and caught us off guard. Among the many discussions, many people were not optimistic about Chu Yang. There were also many people who remained cautious and did not easily make a conclusion. However, no one dared to conclude that Chu Yang would succeed. Even the gigolo Wei Xian and Xia Wanjin were not confident. There was no need to mention Shi Danfeng. She was very clear about the cultivation of immortal qi. However, what made her angry was that she had reminded Chu Yang, but Chu Yang didn't take it seriously at all. Moreover, he had even made a solemn vow. Only in this way could Rui Zi be convinced wholeheartedly and properly feel what it meant to be a genius. It could be said that Chu Yang was simply impossible to reason with. However, everything had already begun. It was useless for Shi Danfeng to say anything more. As for Rui Zi, he looked at Chu Yang, who was slowly entering a meditative state, and his heart was restless. He thought to himself, I really want to slap this thing to death. Chapter 2450. As time passed, Chu Yang entered a deeper state of meditation. Suddenly, the soft discussions in the area disappeared completely, and there was complete silence. At some point, Zhuo Kaichang, Lu Wu, Yu Fuji, Wang Cheng, Han Jing, and Feng Bushun, the leader of the Rui sect, had all arrived. They hovered in mid-air, and their gazes fell on Chu Yang. Rui Zi was the first to notice Zhuo Kaichang and the others. Especially when he saw his teacher, Feng Bushun, he immediately had the urge to bang his head against the wall. He couldn't wait to slap himself. His teacher had appeared in the Sage King College, so how could Song Tangming kill him? Damn it, I was completely intimidated by that bitch Song Tangming. How embarrassing. In terms of the psychological battle, Rui Zi had completely lost again. He was frustrated, and he was even more dissatisfied with himself. He actually gave in to Chu Yang's intimidation. This was unacceptable. 7 Evils Blood Demon Staff. Demonic Blade. 9 Flames Rui Shield, Rui Sword. When he thought of the treasures that Chu Yang had taken from him, he found it even more difficult to accept. Not only did he give away treasures, but he also gave away immortal scriptures this time. He had completely turned into a boy who gave out treasures. There was no exaggeration at all. You're so stupid. Why don't you just die, Rui Zi? Rui Zi couldn't find a reason to forgive himself all of a sudden. When facing Chu Yang, he seemed to have completely turned into a complete fool. Hashtag yin percent, hashtag yin percent. I won't take revenge on Song Tangming. I'm your son. Dong. He was so ashamed that he couldn't show his face. He stomped his foot hatefully until the ground rumbled like a drum. However, he still couldn't completely vent his emotions and calm down. How dare you affect other people's cultivation at this time? Feng Bushun immediately sent a voice transmission to rebuke him, making his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Am I your disciple? Or is that bitch your disciple? He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. Zhuo Kaichang and the others didn't do anything to Rui Zi's actions. It was as if they didn't see it at all, and they seemed to be having a good chat with Feng Bushun. Brother Feng, do you think this bastard can cultivate immortal energy? Zhuo Kaichang couldn't help but ask Feng Bushun. Feng Bushun pondered for a while before saying, although he has exceptional talent, if he wants to cultivate immortal qi, he must at least know what an immortal is. He must at least be able to visualize the imprint of the immortal epic. Without these two, it would be impossible for an ordinary person to cultivate it. This was already being polite. Even a genius wouldn't be able to cultivate it. It's good to let him hit the wall, or else he'll really cause a ruckus. Right husband was very displeased with Chu Yang's arrogance. That's right. If this kid succeeds again, he'll probably be able to poke a hole in the sky. It's not just a hole. I think he can overturn the sky. These words seemed to be filled with dissatisfaction, but Feng Bushun could tell that Zhuo Kaichang and the others liked Chu Yang a lot. He thought about it again and felt that it should be so. If it were him, he would also like Chu Yang a lot. His disciple was already amazing enough, but he was still no match for him. It was hard to dislike such a genius. After Chu Yang sat down cross-legged, he first used the Destiny Twins' martial spirits to analyze the great development in Immortal Scripture. After finding that there were no problems, he also found that the great development in Immortal Scripture was very compatible with him. Chapter 2451. It was the same for the two-dimensional heavenly abode coordinates. Wouldn't a profound meaning like an infinite heavenly abode have something in common with the great development in Immortal Scripture? Hence, when Shi Danfeng told him that if he wanted to use the great development in Immortal Scripture to cultivate immortal qi, he had to know the epic mark of the immortal epic, he ignored it. When he was ready and entered a meditative state, he directly sent the entire great development in Immortal Scripture into the two-dimensional heavenly abode coordinates. Immediately, he found that the great development in Immortal Scripture was completely spread out from one heavenly grotto to another. Many profundities were displayed in front of him. It was as if the two-dimensional heavenly grotto was created by the great development in Immortal Scripture. Later on, there was a conflict. The profound meaning of the great development in Immortal Scripture suddenly stopped. It was like a river being blocked by a dam. It was like a traveler who lacked a permit. What the hell? Originally, everything was going smoothly. Suddenly, there was a change. Chu Yang was greatly disappointed. The joy in his heart completely disappeared. He pondered for a while, but was helpless. He could only make a Hail Mary effort. In the two-dimensional heavenly abode coordinates, he set his eyes on the divine cauldron. Ever since Xiao Chan obtained this divine cauldron from a strange world, he had been unable to order it around. Hence, he had no other choice but to send the profound meaning of the great development immortal scripture into the divine cauldron. Something strange happened. When the profound meaning of the great development immortal scripture was sent in, the divine cauldron shook. It was like a rough man who was disturbed from his dream. It was very angry and directly destroyed the profound meaning of the great development immortal scripture. When it sensed that there were similar existences in the two-dimensional heavenly abode coordinates, it was about to destroy them. However, when it sensed Chu Yang's consciousness, it suddenly changed its actions. After the divine cauldron shook again, it became completely quiet. This great master actually gave me face. For some reason, Chu Yang already broke out in a cold sweat. The feeling the divine cauldron gave him made his heart palpitate. After the divine cauldron used the great development immortal scripture, he was not worried at all. Sure enough, everything that had been stagnant in the great development immortal scripture once again began to flow crazily. The profound meaning of the great development immortal scripture was completely out of control. It operated against common sense, and in the blink of an eye, surging primal chaos chi was produced. The primal chaos chi was not under his control at all. In the blink of an eye, it rushed into Chu Yang's sea of chi from the two-dimensional heavenly abode coordinates. Following his meridians, it automatically circulated the great development immortal scripture. Wherever the primordial energy went, the meridians in his body lit up like a divine lamp or a star in the night sky. Chu Yang had long since achieved the divinization or demonization of the acupoints. The chaotic chi passed through him very quickly, and only when it entered some unknown and strange acupoints did it slow down. Just like that, the primal chaos energy continued to flow. When all the circulation paths of the great development immortal scripture were connected, the magical power in Chu Yang's body suddenly changed. It became hazy and primal chaos energy, and it also turned into primal chaos energy. Is this chaotic chi the immortal chi? From start to finish, Chu Yang was only a bystander. He did not contribute to the entire process, and he did not understand this chaotic chi at all. What he could be sure of was that this chaotic immortal chi had many similarities with Rui Zi's immortal chi, but there were also great differences. Furthermore, the chaotic chi's grade was much higher than Rui Zi's purple chi immortal chi. It should be immortal chi. The divine cauldron was Chu Yang's capital for being willful, and it was also the reason for his blind judgment. Therefore, he closed his eyes and spoke, once again starting a battle with Rui Zi. This thing, there's a high-energy warning ahead. A supreme genius is walking towards you. The time to witness a miracle has come. Please prepare your titanium dog eyes and be mentally prepared. Don't be too surprised. At this time, he was still in the mood to fool around. Chapter 2452. Not reaching the mountain in a few days, the heart of the mountain will be clear. There are square stones on the edges, picking up the immortal spirit. Then, Chu Yang slowly recited. Ru Ez could no longer hold it in after hearing it, and said in disdain, "What are you bragging about? What are you pretending for? Don't you know that you won't be able to show off later and will be laughed at by others?" He did not finish his words. Suddenly, a hazy aura of chaos emerged from Chu Yang's body and enveloped the void. In the blur, it was no longer possible to see Chu Yang's appearance clearly. The strange sound of footsteps inexplicably resounded in everyone's hearts. They searched around, but couldn't find the owner of the footsteps. Instead, They found footprints appearing one after another in the misty surroundings of Chuyang. These footprints formed a small path that led straight inside. Following the small path, a bridge of light was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Under the bridge, there was a small river with 7 lotus petals. Every petal was a different color. Under the lotus leaves, there were also 4 beautiful cormorants playing in the water. Everyone was intoxicated in a mesmerizing state when the scene within quickly spread out. A yone was in front, and there were 2 rows of stone pillars. The yone was small at the top and large at the bottom. It had a handle without a button, and beside the handle was a spiral. There were clouds and thunder patterns in between. It was like a bell, but not a bell, and it produced a strange sound. On the 2 rows of stone pillars, there were tumbling cloud dragons, hundreds of birds facing the wind, magpies playing with plum blossoms, and so on. Further in, there were lush flowers and trees. Slopes, plains, platforms, waterfalls, and valleys were all one. There were strange peaks and precipices in the surroundings. Each of them competed for the terrain and had a myriad of postures. Along the mountain, the path was like a dragon. The dragon's spine coiled 18 times. At the end of the coiling, the 18 underwater residences, the 5 subdued seas, the 24 governance houses, the 36 quiet houses, the 10 continents, the 3 islands, the 10 grotto heavens, the 36 small grotto heavens, and the 72 blessed lands all appeared. Mother Chi, the 10 grotto heavens, the 36 small grotto heavens, and the 72 blessed lands. How is this possible? Everyone was immersed in that beautiful world, but Rui Zi began to roar like a madman, waking everyone up with a start. However, they did not really understand what Rui Zi had said. Feng Busan understood, and understood very well. He was the sect leader of the Rui sect, so he had always maintained his composure. However, at this moment, he had completely lost his composure. He said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible? Could it be that he is the Lord of 10,000 immortals? The 10 great grotto heavens, the 36 minor grotto heavens, and the 72 blessed lands are all present in his immortal energy. One immortal paradise. Every immortal cultivator would at most manifest one paradise in the immortal chi they cultivated. However, Song Tangming actually manifested 10 great paradises, 36 minor paradises, and 72 blessed lands. This was something that would not appear in the immortal epic. In the immortal epic, the 10 great grotto heavens, the 36 minor grotto heavens, and the 72 blessed lands could be said to encompass all the grotto heavens and blessed lands. Although there were other grotto heavens and blessed lands, the 10 great grotto heavens, the 36 minor grotto heavens, and the 72 blessed land were occupied by the strongest immortals. They were the symbol of the immortal Tao. Therefore, the appearance of 10 great paradises, 36 minor paradises, and 72 blessed lands in the immortal Chi could be said to be shocking. Even in the immortal epic, many people will be shocked to death because no one could say what this meant. Even the Lord of 10,000 immortals was not enough to describe it. Feng Busun did not expect that after the immortal epic was destroyed, this phenomenon that had not appeared in the immortal epic would actually appear in front of him at this moment. In a word, a demon had appeared. This kid was a monster, a monstrous monster. Kill him. Suddenly, such a voice appeared in Feng Busun's mind. He was stunned, and then his entire person was stunned. The voice of the immortal epic came from the epic mark. Chapter 2453. The imprint of the immortal epic had actually issued an order. This was unprecedented. Feng Busun's mind was blank and chaotic. He subconsciously wanted to obey the order and kill Chuyang. However, he suddenly trembled as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. He was extremely horrified. At that moment, he seemed to have encountered a terrifying person, and the most terrifying thing had happened to him. In a short moment, his entire body was covered in cold sweat. His face was devoid of color, and his lips were blue and purple. His body trembled incessantly, as if he had been poisoned, and was about to die immediately. Could it be that the destruction of the immortal epic was truly, as the rumors said? Feng Busan was completely terrified. There had always been such a rumor about the destruction of the immortal epic. Moreover, this rumor was one of the mainstream ones. An immortal had tried to completely control and enslave the entire immortal world. However, he was not strong enough and could not do anything to the immortals of the immortal Tao. Therefore, he was crazy enough to destroy the entire immortal Tao and then rebuild it to achieve his goal of controlling and enslaving the immortals. Feng Busan did not believe this rumor at first. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to believe it. The imprint of the immortal epic had actually issued an order for him to kill Chu Yang. Why do I have to kill him? Naturally, it's because Song Tangming does not have the imprint of the immortal epic. However, he cultivated immortal qi and jumped out of the madman's control. He might even establish a new immortal world and destroy everything. Therefore, Song Tangming must die. From this kind of strangeness, Feng Busan immediately understood the crux of the matter. This led him to believe in that theory even more. Now that the immortal epic had been destroyed, he had found a reason why so many people had survived. That madman needed many people alive so that he could use these people to control the new world, the new immortal realm. He also completely understood why it was impossible to cultivate immortal qi without the immortal epic. It was because you were not under the control of a madman. Horrifying, it was too horrifying. Feng Busan had not expected that someone would really want to destroy the entire immortal Tao world and kill thousands of lives in order to achieve his goal. What shocked him the most was that the madman, that deranged beast, was actually still alive. Because of his extreme fear, Feng Busan ordered his men to attack and kill Chu Yang. Who wouldn't be afraid of such a madman, such a terrifying existence? But in the end, he forcibly suppressed this kind of fear. The reason was very simple. He was resistant and conflicted with that madman, that insane beast. Although he was extremely afraid, the voice in his heart was even more powerful. Do you want to be a human or a dog? If he couldn't even be a human, how could he become an immortal? No one was willing to be controlled and enslaved by others, and Feng Busan was no exception. Thus, his choice was very clear. After that, his fear slowly disappeared, and his thoughts became clearer. Even if that crazy demon is still alive, his current strength is definitely very weak. Otherwise, why would he need me to take action? If we kill Song Tangming, not only will we be helping the tyrant, we will also be severing a new path to immortality. Song Tangming cannot die. This is bad. That crazy demon can send orders through the imprint. He can also send orders to Feng, and the others. Thinking of this, Feng Busan was greatly shaken. He immediately took action to imprison the people of the Rui sect. Chapter 2454. Fortunately, there are not many people. Otherwise, even if I tried my best to hide everything, I would not have been able to. Who? Feng Busan let out a long breath of turbid air, finally calming down. As for Rui Zi and the others from the Rui sect, as well as Shi Danfeng, their hearts were in turmoil. They were so frightened that they nearly fainted. When they suddenly realized that they were imprisoned, they were greatly shaken. No one is allowed to have any malicious thoughts about Song Tangming. Otherwise, we will kill without mercy. Soon, they all received Feng Busan's spiritual sense voice transmission. Although they did not understand and were still alarmed, they calmed down. Shi Danfeng was only shocked that the epic mark could send out orders. She had never thought of killing Chu Yang, as he was her man. Rui Zi was eager to do so. However, he feared all kinds of things, so how could he dare to do so? As for the other Rui sect disciples, they were mostly the same. You all should have heard of a deranged reason for the destruction of the immortal epic, right? Feng Busan's second sentence shocked Shi Danfeng, Rui Zi, and the others. They were instantly horrified to the extreme. That explanation was actually true. While they were shocked, they also understood why Feng Busan stopped them. Their hearts turned upside down, and they could not calm down. Sure, Dan Feng had never expected that the scoundrel who had mysteriously become her man would be so shocking, directly becoming a threat to those people, a thorn in their side. Could it be that he is the hope of the immortal epic, helping us break free from the control of that evil hand? Could it be that my meeting with him was secretly arranged by the predecessors? Only then would the immortal epic be more beneficial to us. That evil hand had made arrangements. Could it be that the immortals of the immortal epic had not made arrangements? Sure, Dan Feng would not believe it if they did not. She even believed that her meeting with Chu Yang was not only arranged by someone, but that Chu Yang's meeting with Rui Zi was also definitely meticulously arranged. Rui Zi's shock was no less than Sure Dan Feng's. He was a smart person in the first place. After his master stopped him and reminded him, he completely understood. This was a choice between being a human or being a dog. Earlier, his choice was equivalent to being a dog, willing to be ordered around by someone. However, did he cultivate to be a dog, to be ordered around by others, to be controlled by some bastard? He cultivated for the sake of longevity and freedom. He definitely didn't want to be controlled or enslaved by others in the end. All of this appeared in his mind, and he was also covered in cold sweat. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, I'm not very capable. Otherwise, I would have made a big mistake. At this moment, he suddenly realized that not having any ability could actually be a kind of great fortune. It was much more powerful than any powerful ability. Of course, he also understood the meaning of Chu Yang's existence, the immortal Tao, a new hope. That slut had already become the enemy of the Black Hand that destroyed the immortal epic. This bitch is truly capable. What kind of person is the mastermind behind the destruction of the immortal epic? To think that she can't wait for him to die. Rui Zi knew that he didn't have this kind of ability, so he felt even more conflicted and even more defeated. This kind of experience was really not a good one for a son of a bitch. Just listen to my orders. Feng Bushen's voice rang out in their minds again. That crazy demon should be extremely weak right now. Pretend to obey his orders and reply to him at the end. Song Tangming is already dead. Toying with such a person is such a glorious thing. I should be the one doing this. Why didn't I think of that? If he had done it here, Rui Zi would have had the courage to do so. He would not have fallen so far behind Chu Yang. However, earlier, he only felt fear and defeat. He did not have any other thoughts. Chapter 2455. I can't forgive you. Slap. Rui Zi could not forgive himself, and suddenly slapped himself hard. In the silence, his slap was very strange and attracted many people's attention. His face was boiling hot and instantly flushed red. Then, he suddenly realized how bad his mentality was and how fragile he was. If it was that bitch, would he care about how others looked at him? If it was that bitch, would he care about these setbacks? Instead, he would feel that such setbacks made his life more exciting and rich. Slap. He was furious with himself and slapped himself hard again. Then, he said angrily to everyone, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone slap himself before? You bunch of country bumpkins, you're really ignorant. I can't even be bothered to talk to you." Rui Zi suddenly felt a burst of joy in his heart when he said these ruffian words. He immediately understood. No wonder that bitch keeps acting like a bitch. So it's very satisfying to do this. He thought of more things. If that bitch was me, would he slap himself? Definitely not. If that bitch slapped himself, he wouldn't be a bitch anymore. That bitch cares more about his own feelings. Why would he care about others? At least he loves himself. Rui Zi realized that he was extremely stupid. How could there be an idiot who would slap himself? The person who treated him the best in the world, the person who cared about him the most, was himself. What was wrong that he could not tolerate or forgive? No matter how stupid that person was, he was still himself. No, I've never been stupid. Rui Zi immediately corrected himself. From today onwards, even if everyone in the world said that he was a fool, he would definitely not think that he was stupid. Because of these thoughts, Rui Z realized that the gap between him and that bitch was not just big, but very, very big. Bitch, just you wait. I'll definitely be even more despicable than you, and I'll definitely live a more exciting life than you. I've never lost to anyone because I'm Rui Z. Suddenly, he realized that he also wanted to be like that bitch, putting his hands on his hips and laughing arrogantly. Fuck, that bastard took the lead and even specially declared that it's his personal characteristic. Rui Z was depressed again. He was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. It was as if the talented girl of Xiaoxiang had been snatched away. He felt very hurt inside. If you say another word, I'll beat you to death, you bastard. Feng Bushun warned him with his divine sense. Rui Z replied in a carefree manner. Old man, I know. I'm a genius. Do you know where all this nonsense comes from? This Rui Z looked very familiar. He seemed to be very similar to Song Tangming. When Feng Bushun realized this, he was suddenly a little confused. His originally good disciple, after meeting a slut, also became a shameless slut? This was really too bad. The wind was not going well, and he was extremely vexed. He even had the heart to beat Chu Yang to death. This process was actually very short, and no one noticed it because all of their attention was on Chu Yang. The changes to Chu Yang's body were very rapid. Among the chaotic immortal Qi, the 10 major heavens, 36 minor heavens, 72 blessed lands, etc., all kinds of strange immortal phenomena disappeared in the blink of an eye as the chaotic immortal Qi entered his body. 1. When he opened his eyes, there was a great surge of mystery that made one instantly enter a state of enlightenment. It was very miraculous. His aura was even more restrained, like a scholar without the strength to truss a chicken. Of course, this was on the premise that he did not have a ruffian aura in his eyes. At this moment, everyone could clearly see Chu Yang's eyes. His pupils were divided into two, as if they were two worlds. Chapter 2456. Chu Yang's left and right eyes were different. Prosperity, chaos, prosperity, weakness, like water and fire, like yin and yang, like the sun and moon, representing two sides, two extremes. At this moment, righteous energy and immortal Qi, Confucian state and immortal state, Confucian and immortal, Confucian epic and immortal epic merged perfectly within him. There was no conflict at all. They even complemented each other, providing support and support. Why doesn't the Confucian state and immortal state conflict? Is it because he's a scumbag? Or is it because everything I've learned and know is wrong? Are you kidding me? Are you telling me that I've lived for 20 years in vain? Scumbag, are you still human? Before anyone could react, Rui Z opened his mouth and spat. He was extremely agitated. In the end, he didn't vent enough and directly activated the 3-character classic. Hashtag yin percent, hashtag yin percent. He cursed the heavens and the earth. He didn't even let go of the mountains and lakes, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Rui Z cursed all things in the world, causing Feng Bushun's face to turn as black as the bottom of a pot. His feeling wasn't wrong. His disciple had indeed become a scumbag, becoming the same as Song Tangming. However, the perfect fusion of the Confucian state and immortal state was indeed too shocking. He himself couldn't help but have the urge to curse. The state of Confucianism and the state of immortality were both extreme states. Those who activated these extreme states would overload their bodies with the infusion of the profound mysteries and power because their own realm and strength had not reached such a level. This was like a porcelain bottle that couldn't contain any more medicinal liquid after it was filled with pills. However, the thing in front of him was actually able to do it. Inconceivable. Fantastical. Song Tangming, you scumbag, are you still human? You hashtag yin percent. Song scumbag, you better stop before you go too far, or else I'll hashtag yin. After Rui Z, 2 more voices rushed out. Their spittle flew everywhere. They were very excited. It was as if Chu Yang had snatched away their wives. Pretty boy Wei Xian and Xiao Wanjin. The 2 of them were even more excited than Rui Z. Rui Z was dumbfounded. It turned out that there were already so many people who had stepped into the realm of despicable people. He had actually comprehended it so late and so superficial. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a pretty boy before? What are you being so shameless for? Are you a kindred spirit? Hurry up and go hug your nobility. Pretty boy Wei Xian and Xiao Wanjin were already very displeased with Rui Zi. Rui Zi had taken the initiative to show off in front of the two of them. When Rui Zi revealed a surprised expression, the two of them immediately started cursing. In addition, before Rui Zi could retaliate and properly learn and practice his shamelessness so that he could become a better bitch, the gigolo Wei Xian and Xiao Wanjin had already ignored him and started arguing with each other. Gigolo, what does this have to do with you? You belong to the world of gigolos, not the world of shameless bastards. If you dare to shout again, I'll strip you naked and hang you up to dry. Xiao Wanjin roared. Wei Xian did not show any signs of weakness. Bullshit. Not only do I belong to the world of gigolos, but I also belong to the world of shameless bastards. You're just jealous. I'm jealous of a pretty boy like you who makes picking up girls boring. Life is so boring. Pooh. You still dare to say you're not jealous. Yes, I'm jealous. I'm jealous that you can't enjoy the fun of picking up girls. I'm jealous that your life is boring. You're shameless and strong. I'm so jealous. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of punches and kicks burst out. Pretty boy Wei Xian punched Xiao Wanjin, and Xiao Wanjin immediately punched him back. The two of them did not dodge, nor did they use their cultivation. They punched and punched each other, causing their faces to swell up. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to react. There was already Song Tangming, a super clown, and now two more had jumped out. Chapter 2457. Rui's eyes widened even more. It turned out that he could fight like this. He had learned a lot. Hey, rich guy, my skills are higher than yours. Pretty boy Wei Xian retreated from the battle and cupped his fists at the crowd. Everyone, there is a high-energy warning ahead. Please prepare your titanium alloy dog eyes. Pretty boy, if you have the ability, don't learn from Song Pit. You are a typical example of a parrot. Xiao Wanjin realized that Chu Yang was indeed invincible in the world of jokes. He actually had no good words to counter the high-energy warning ahead and the titanium alloy dog eyes. He was very angry. Whoosh! Wei Xian didn't care at all. He moved and went back to pick up his small stool. Then, he moved again and suddenly appeared behind Chu Yang, smashing the stool down. With a crack, the small stool broke into two pieces. Then, he threw the small stool away, put his hands on his hips, and laughed wildly. Waha, this pretty boy is invincible. Then, he became even more rampant. Who in this world can give this bitch a small stool? Only I, pretty boy Wei Xian, can do that. You will get countless small stool. Rui was really upset. In terms of shamelessness, not only was he inferior to Song Tangming, but he was also inferior to this pretty boy. Waha! Wei Xian was even more proud. That's why I said you're not dirty. It's normal to be beaten by a bitch, but it's definitely not normal to beat a bitch. You don't understand? Xiao Wanjin shook his finger at Rui, then suddenly roared. That's how noble your thoughts are. Scram as far away as you can. If you come any closer, I'll beat you to death shamelessly. Rui's face was constipated. Those two bitches were originally at odds with each other, but they actually joined forces to attack him. At this moment, Xiao Wanjin observed the current battlefield. With a whoosh, he moved and grabbed the small stool that had broken into two pieces. Then he laughed wildly. Waha, I'm rich. These two small stool pieces will definitely be worth tens of thousands of gold in the future. Thank you. He quickly put the two small stool pieces into his spatial artifact, then smiled and cupped his fists at pretty boy Wei Xian to express his gratitude. Wei Xian was stunned. That was his treasure. How could he throw it away? Rui Zi was stunned once again. Not only did this dog tell him to scram as far as he could, he was even more shameless and despicable than that gigolo. It was just SOSO. At the very least, he wouldn't be able to get the third place in the world. According to the ranking of those present, he was ranked fourth. That bitch, give me back my stool. Wei Xian went completely mad and pounced towards Xiao Wanjin. However, he suddenly saw a face with two pupils in the frame of his eyes. Two rays of light floated out from the two pupils. That face was clearly on the verge of exploding. Huh? Xiao Wanjin laughed again. Pretty boy, is that all you've got? You still have a long way to go. Let Song Kong give you a good lesson first. This dark face was naturally Chu Yang. Chu Yang's cultivation was complete, but he was still carefully comprehending and savoring it when a small stool came crashing down on him. This feeling was really terrible. Bitch, what do you want? Wei Xian was not afraid at all and retorted directly. His eyes were as wide as copper bells. That's how fellow cultivators should be. You should reward me. Of course I'll reward you. Crack, crack. Chu Yang grinned and clenched his fists until they made cracking sounds. Then, he moved and hit Wei Xian until he cried for his parents. Then he said to Xiao Wanjin, fellow cultivator, I heard that you met a bitch in the East Continent. If it's him, what kind of reward will he give? Strip him naked and hang him up to dry. Xiao Wanjin immediately understood. Chu Heng, that bitch, had dragged him into this in order to hide his identity, but also wanted to use this long-awaited method. Chapter 2458. Strip him naked and hang him up to dry. He directly gave Chu Yang the answer he wanted. Then Chu Yang said, Wife, there's a high energy in front of you. Please close your eyes. Although Shi Danfeng was still a little confused, she suddenly panicked. As soon as she turned around, she heard the sound of fire and the screams of many women. She completely understood what was going on and heard Chu Yang's voice. Female students, I announce that you will be responsible for the gigolo Wei Xian. What? After a burst of rampant laughter, Chu Yang smiled at the gigolo Wei Xian and said, What do you think, gigolo? This reward is not bad. Most of the females here are now yours. I'm loyal enough, right? Wei Xian wanted to die, but he didn't dare to fart because this bitch might still have other tricks up her sleeve. Huh? Xiao Wanjin rolled on the ground laughing. What a huge gamble! Ruizi's outlook on life was overturned once again. The shamelessness he thought of was far from enough. According to this, he really wasn't a kindred spirit. The scene was really chaotic and foul, especially when strip him naked and hang him up to dry was mentioned. Most of the people were almost petrified. Zhuo Kaichang, Yu Fuji, and the other four originally had smiles on their faces as they watched these little bastards fool around. However, their faces became darker and darker. After the gigolo Wei Xian was hung up to dry, they finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Song Tangming was really too outrageous. Song Tangming, Zhuo Kaichang, and Yu Fuji gritted their teeth and spoke almost at the same time. One of them was the mountain leader of the Sage Monarch Academy, while the other was an old fogey. They definitely couldn't tolerate Chu Yang's behavior. Whoosh! Chu Yang didn't say anything when he heard this. He immediately wanted to escape. However, just as his figure disappeared into the void, a huge hand appeared out of thin air and grabbed him. Then, it threw him to the ground. The force was great, but the ground remained unscathed. After the scattered light blossomed, Chu Yang bounced up. At the same time, Zhuo Kaichang, Yu Fuji, Lu Wu, Wang Cheng, and Han Jing, the five of them had already taken their positions. When Chu Yang bounced up, Zhuo Kaichang slapped him with his big hand, and Chu Yang fell down again, and then bounced up again. Zhuo Kaichang and the other four didn't miss a single one of them. They were all mercilessly killed. Suddenly, the ground seemed to have turned into a table tennis table. Chu Yang was a table tennis player, while Zhuo Kaichang and the other four were table tennis players. Chu Yang's bitterness could be imagined. Moreover, no matter how he begged, it was useless. Zhuo Kaichang and the others were like blind and deaf people. They didn't see or hear him at all. Huh? Xiao Wanjin laughed like crazy. These five people looked very serious, but in fact, they were not serious at all. Meeting them was Chu Heng's bad luck. Huh? Even the gigolo Wei Xian was laughing like crazy at this moment. He was very happy, and when Rui saw this, he was full of admiration. If he was Wei Xian and was stripped naked and hung up to dry, he would definitely not rest until he was dead. He definitely wouldn't be like Wei Xian. In other words, his tolerance was far inferior to that gigolo Wei Xian. When Feng Bushun saw this scene, his face couldn't help but twitch. Huh. After this, everyone burst into laughter, laughing so hard that many people were about to cry. Such a scene might only be seen once in a lifetime. Bastard, why aren't you telling us all the details about you? Divine Sense voice transmission. Zhua Kaichang and the other four finally responded, but it was a question that Chu Yang had never thought of. Immediately, he completely understood that Zhua Kaichang and the other four had deliberately landed him in such a state. In fact, even if there was nothing, they would have caused trouble. This was a change in direction of interrogation. This is bad. Chapter 2459. Or did I reveal any flaws? Chu Yang didn't understand how Zhua Kaichang and the others had noticed. Later, he learned that it was because of the King of Chaos. When the King of Chaos heard that the Sage Monarch College had produced an incredible Song Tangming, who had violently broken through the 18 levels of the Path of Strange Gates, who had killed a saint as a Nirvana realm cultivator, he immediately rushed over. As for what the King of Chaos was thinking, no one knew. But because of his arrival, Zhua Kaichang and the others began to suspect Chu Yang's identity. Of course, Zhua Kaichang and the others didn't let the King of Chaos get away. Bird Killer, I am Song Tangming. How many times do you want me to say it? Old fogey, what's wrong with you? How could you do such a ridiculous thing? I'm really disappointed in you. Chu Yang refused to admit it. Zhua Kaichang and the others didn't say anything. They continued to play table tennis. In any case, they believed that pretty boy Wei Xian was right. If they could beat this little bastard up now, then they should hurry up and beat him up. Otherwise, they wouldn't have another chance. According to this bastard's growth rate, who would be able to beat him up after a while? Besides, beating this little bastard up was an honorable thing to do. Especially in the future, when word got out, people would be envious. Beat him up, then beat him up enough. This kid wasn't honest at all. Bang, 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 bang. Every time Chu Yang was smashed down and smashed to the ground, his bones and tendons were about to break. He was seeing stars. Needless to say, the pain was unbearable. But no matter how he quibbled, no matter how he begged, it was all useless. It seemed that as long as he didn't admit his identity, this situation would continue until he surrendered. Everyone was laughing because they knew that Song Deming wouldn't die. He was just being tormented. But he was better off dead than alive. They didn't think Song Deming could escape. Bird Killer, I surrender. Chu Yang raised the little white flag and waved it. So Kaichang didn't stop. He sent a message through Divine Sense. Do you only have the little white flag and the ability to wave it? The meaning behind his words made Chu Yang even more convinced. Stop pretending. Do you think we don't know? Damn it, when this marshal's ability comes up, each and every one of you will become ping-pong balls. Don't even think about escaping. Chu Yang was infuriated, but in the end, he could only send a telepathic message. Bird Killer, old fogey, child, hypocrite, and hypocrite, stand properly for me. I am Chu Kuangren, Chu Nitian, Chu Mirage, and Chu Xiangxian. I just want to ask you, are you afraid? You really are that troublemaker. Strip them naked and hang them up to dry. They're too distinctive. Put your hands on your hips and laugh wildly. This is also very clear. Was it that obvious? Chu Yang was speechless for a moment, but he felt that something was wrong. Why were these 5 old men so concerned about him? If they didn't pay attention to Chu Yang, how would they be able to sneak in under a code name and ferret him out? He didn't need to ask. He understood very quickly. Previously, he had stirred up quite a commotion. Insulting the Chaos King was one thing, but saying that no one in Central Plains was literate, no one could speak the human language, and no one could count. Such arrogance should have stirred up quite a commotion in Central Plains. Moreover, the questions he'd set were extraordinary. It was possible that the Sage Monarch College had noticed. It didn't matter whether or not he was Chu Yang. He'd already admitted that he was Chu Yang. If this continued, he'd really fall apart. Bird Killer, old fogey, this time you can give me amnesty. I've already told you everything I know. Sorry, this seems to be fun. I can't stop now. Chapter 2460. No one was tired of it. They watched with interest. Later, when Zhuo Kaichong took Chu Yang away and punished him severely, people began to talk about it. No matter what, this Song Tang Ming is too amazing. He actually cultivated immortal qi in such a short time. It's not just amazing, it's terrifying. Have you ever seen anyone as scary as Song Tang Ming? He's also a complete joker. Who dares to speak up when they disagree? When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but laugh. This was indeed the truth. Our Sage King College will become famous again because of Song Tang Ming. The entire middle ground will definitely be shocked. Not just famous. In the future, who dares to be impudent when they meet our Sage King College? If they dare to be impudent, it will definitely be interesting. With Song Tang Ming around, I feel like we can do whatever we want in middle ground. Our Sage King College has such a peerless figure. It will definitely be a big deal. The Sage King College was strong, so were they. Therefore, many students of the Sage King College were already thinking about what kind of changes would happen with Song Tang Ming's appearance. Some were even daydreaming. When Shi Danfeng left and returned to the Xiaoxiang sect, Feng Busan left with Rui Zi and a few people from the Rui sect. The curtain fell on the matter completely. However, the matter didn't calm down because of this. Instead, it became more and more intense. When the people outside the Sage King College heard the news, they couldn't believe it at all. Countless people came to confirm it. It was easy to imagine the extent of the commotion outside the Sage King College. It could be said that the name Song Tang Ming was known by everyone in Middle Ground. However, no one could see Song Tang Ming. No matter who they were, they couldn't see him. Chu Yang wanted to go out and see him, but it was impossible. So Kaichong and the others trained him even more viciously because he had to go to Taijing City to participate in the imperial examination. There was still a period of time before the imperial examinations. During this period of time, Chu Yang was simply living in the 18 levels of hell. Even his martial arts cultivation had completely stopped. He used all of his time to study various kinds of literature and so on. As a result, he once again advanced by leaps and bounds in the field of literature. The slogan, "I'm a genius," became a reason to destroy him. The books that other people had to study for a year, or even a few years, he had to finish reading them in a day or two. Fortunately, he had 10 doppelgangers, otherwise he would definitely die. However, half a month later, at the end of summer, Chu Yang had lost a lot of weight. He was a martial Dao expert who could kill saints as if they were chickens when he was in the Nirvana realm. He also had both the Confucian and immortal Daos, but he had actually lost weight. It could be seen how tragic it was. After this, Chu Yang was let go, and the gigolo Wei Xian also knew Chu Yang's specific identity and was extremely depressed. If he knew that Song Deming was Chu Hang, he would have definitely smashed the small bench. However, he would have already run away. Why would he be stripped naked and hung up to dry? This was the third day after Chu Yang's liberation. He ate and slept, woke up and ate again. After 3 days, he finally found Xiao Wanjin and beat up Xiao Wanjin and Wei Xian, who were competing to see who was more cheap. Only then did he open his mouth. Jin, this commander wants to go to Taijing City to marry a wife. Do you have any objections? Xiao Wanjin's face darkened. From Chu Hang's mouth, his name kept changing. Xia, Wanjin, Jin, etc. However, none of them were domineering. I have no objections. I hope you get beaten to death in Taijing City. Xiao Wanjin was not in a good mood. However, in his heart, he was thinking about how to use Chu Hang to trick people. The Xia family was in Taijing City. Therefore, there were too many people in Taijing City that Xiao Wanjin was unhappy with. He was helpless, but Chu Hang was definitely not. Chu Hang, as long as you agree to let me be cheaper than Jin, I will tell you the scenery of Taijing City. The gigolo Wei Xian laughed. Although he was not from Taijing City, he still had a general understanding of Taijing City. Chapter 2461. There are 6 young masters in Taijing City. Xiao Wanjin didn't give Wei Xian a chance to speak. Everyone in Taijing City knows about these 6 young masters. They represent the 6 strongest forces in Taijing City. Among these 6 families, there are the Wang, Xie, Chun, and Wu families. Wei Xian interrupted when Xiao Wanjin paused. The two of them glared at each other and almost got into a fight. However, they were both suppressed. Chu Yang wanted to know more about the enemy, so he couldn't allow them to fool around. As for the other 2 families, one is Qi Manor, and the other is your wife's Duke Jiu's manor. In the end, Xiao Wanjin explained the situation in Taijing City. After all, he was the local tyrant. Let's talk about my wife's family first. What is my future father-in-law like? Is my mother-in-law easy to deal with? Chu Yang was worried about his mother-in-law at first. However, in this world, men were the ones who had the final say. Therefore, he was more concerned about his future father-in-law. He only knew that his father-in-law loved wine. When he thought about the wine, he felt annoyed and lamented that he had wasted all his time. Your father-in-law, he. Speaking of which, he is quite interesting. I can use one word to describe him. Xiao Wanjin described him accurately. Despicable, extremely despicable. Although he's not as despicable as you, he's enough to make you suffer. Chu Yang wasn't afraid of serious people. He was afraid of despicable people. However, Xiao Wanjin continued, I don't think your father-in-law is the most difficult person to deal with. It should be your brother-in-law, Shangwan Can. He's the most difficult person to deal with. Shangwan Can was one of the 6 young masters in Taijing City. When Duke Jiu wasn't around, he was a playboy. However, when Duke Jiu was around, he was a gentleman. He was knowledgeable and elegant. Other than describing Shangwan Can in this way, there was another way to describe him. He seemed to have fallen in love with his sister. He hated anyone who liked his sister, Shangwan Lan. He would definitely make that person suffer miserably. Therefore, he especially hated Chu Yang. He wanted nothing more than to cut Chu Yang into pieces and cut him into 1,000 pieces. According to what Xiao Wanjin said, Chu Yang felt that it was necessary to beat up Shangwan Can. However, Shangwan Can was also a monster, and his cultivation wasn't very high. He was only at the 6th Order Saint realm. The Grand Capital City's 6 young masters were mostly around the 6th Order Saint realm, but they could kill peak-level saints as if they were chickens. They could even kill earthly Emperor realm experts with ease. Among the 6 major powers, excluding Duke Jiu's manor, Qi Manor was a member of the royal family and was the most powerful. Wang family and Chun family were extremely ancient aristocratic families that had experienced more than 6 dynasties, but they had always prospered and had a very deep foundation. Who knew how many great emperors they had produced? As for the Wu clan and the Xie clan, they had a background in the immortal Tao. They were the disciples of the great sects of the immortal Tao epoch. After the destruction of their sects, they had directly assimilated into the Central Plains, establishing their own clans and reproducing. These 2 clans were extremely powerful. It was said that the old ancestor of these 2 clans was an immortal. However, that wasn't the worst part. Worst of all, whether it was the Wang and Chun families, the Xie and Wu families, or the outstanding figures of Qi Manor, the 6 young masters of Taijing, they all adored Shangwan Lan and were determined to win her over. Chu Yang frowned for a moment after listening to them. Then, he said, is this considered trespassing into a dragon's lair or a tiger's den? What do you think? He didn't listen to Wei Xian and Xiao Wanjin's teasing, nor did he listen to them. They were so angry that they gritted their teeth and laughed heartily in the end. In the end, Chu Yang decided to enter the Grand Capital City with his real face. Since he could sweep through all his enemies, he might as well be straightforward. He wrote a letter and sent it to Shangwan Lan. At this time, he couldn't help but think of the Ice Koan. If only the Ice Koan was here. Then, he laughed at himself. When did he become so weak? Chapter 2462. On the last day of summer, the sun was still like hot needles, piercing one's skin. It was extremely poisonous, especially at noon. At noon, the sun hung high in the sky. After Chu Yang changed back to his original appearance, he left the Saint Monarch Academy. He left this place where he had nothing but memories hanging over his head. Although the memory of Xiaoxiang girl was also deep in his bones, the former was still the main theme. He also deeply remembered the faces of Zhuo Kaichang, Yu Fuji, Lu Wu, Wang Cheng, and Han Jing. However, when he left, he realized that he already missed them. He missed those days and those faces. I could be considered to have graduated from the Saint King Academy, but that damn teacher shouldn't have become so cute immediately. I can only blame myself for being too self-aware. In the Saint King Academy, Chu Yang naturally didn't gain nothing. To be exact, he gained a lot. Martial arts were secondary. The most important thing was that his literary attainments had been greatly strengthened. Unlike the people of this world, Chu Yang attached great importance to this kind of accomplishment. Although it was mixed with a lot of poisonous thoughts, various kinds of classical accomplishments couldn't be ignored. For example, painting, playing the zither, calligraphy. In his previous life, if he could paint a landscape painting, he would definitely be happy for 3 days. Now, his level could only be said to be high, very high. Playing the zither and calligraphy were generally the same. In his previous life, if he could play the zither or write a mouse song, he would definitely think that it was one of the coolest things in the world. Now he could do it. In the heavenly spirit world, in the central continent, this was a completely different world. These weren't very important, but it was very satisfying. Just imagining that he would be happy for half a day if he could transmigrate to the world of his previous life and have such skills. The pretty boy Wei Xian and Xiao Wanjin left with Chu Yang. The two of them were very likely to be suspected of being song demming, so he separated from the two halfway. Xiao Wanjin went first, and it was natural for him to meet up with Chu Yang in Taijing City later, because the two of them already knew each other in the Eastern Continent. As for the gigolo Wei Xian, it was slightly troublesome, but it was not that there was no way, because he also had to participate in the imperial examinations. Therefore, it wasn't impossible for him to meet Chu Yang in Taijing City. However, it had to be widely known to raise suspicions. It was necessary to do so. They might even meet Rui Zi in Taijing City. If the 4 people from the Sage Monarch Academy gathered together, the 3 of them would have the feeling that Song Deming was on the verge of appearing. The news of Chu Yang's arrival in Taijing City spread like wildfire in Taijing City. The credit for this was naturally due to the letter he had written to Shangwan Lan, and even more so to the parrot. The parrot felt that this matter was not big enough for it to make a dazzling appearance. When it heard news from Shangwan Lan that Chu Yang was coming, it was very excited and used this excitement to inform Shangwan Can was an eyesore to the parrot. Unfortunately, it was no match for Shangwan Can otherwise. Shangwan Can would have been taught a good lesson. It couldn't do anything to Shangwan Can, so it could only place its hopes on Chu Hang. In its opinion, Chu Hang was a bottomless pit. No matter who you were, as long as you fell into the pit called Chu Hang, there would be no sound at all. As for how the news spread from Shangwan Can, it wasn't very clear. In the end, the 6 young masters of Taijing City and the people of Taijing City all knew that the arrogant guy called Chu Yang would soon come to Taijing City to participate in the imperial examinations. Chapter 2463. Chu Yang was the hottest of the hottest. Many people who wanted to become famous were dissatisfied and angry. The situation became more and more intense. Even though Chu Yang was very famous, such as angrily rebuking the Pacification King and ridiculing the Zhongzhou Fighting King for being illiterate, unable to speak or count, many people were still not convinced. Instead, it made them even angrier, causing Chu Yang's popularity to soar. Duke Jiu's residence was generally aware of all this, especially one person, Shangwan Can. At this moment, Shangwan Can was painting a picture of Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. However, the Grand View Garden in the picture was much more magnificent and majestic than the Grand View Garden, because the Grand View Garden in the picture was Taijing City. The grandeur and prosperity of Taijing City were all vivid on the paper. It was a picture of a prosperous age. The people in the picture were almost like a Qingming riverside painting. All kinds of people were so vivid and lifelike, as if they were about to walk out of the picture. However, there was a big flaw in the picture. There was a pile of excrement in the picture, a steaming pile of excrement. The pile of excrement showed all kinds of exaggerated and shocked expressions, as if the pile of excrement was completely shocked by the picture in front of it. There were people who looked like Granny Lu in the picture, but if Taijing City was a Grandview Garden, then Granny Lu was definitely not Granny Lu, but the steaming pile of excrement. No matter how ugly it was not enough to describe Chu Yang in Shang Wancan's mind. He thought for a long time, and only the pile of excrement matched the description. Even so, he still thought that he had overestimated Chu Yang. Chu Yang was worse than excrement. Therefore, what was depicted in this painting could be said to be a pile of shit entering the city. The picture was almost finished. At this moment, a servant of the same age as Shang Wancan, who was dressed very luxuriously, came in carefully, as if he had sneaked into the enemy's camp. When he realized that he had been discovered by Shang Wancan, he put on a flattering smile and bowed, greeting Shang Wancan respectfully, "Young master." This person seemed to have no expression, no backbone, a typical lowly and extremely flattering villain. But if you think so, then you are greatly mistaken. He was only like this when he was with Shang Wancan outside. He was like a crab walking sideways. He was even more of a boss than a boss. Everyone who saw him would have to call him Master Leopard. On the outside, Shang Wanbao was a wolf, a tiger, and a leopard. However, besides Shang Wancan, he was a loyal dog. He was known by everyone in Taijing as Lord Leopard. Of course, Shang Wancan knew about this, but he didn't mind. "How's the thing I asked you to do coming along?" Shang Wancan asked as he painted. Young master, you don't have to worry about me." Shang Wanbao said proudly, "Right now, the situation in Taijing is very chaotic. As long as the country bumpkins among country bumpkins come, they will probably be scared out of their wits and directly die." After saying that, he looked at Shang Wancan's painting and added, "Young master, I think that you should paint a picture of the country bumpkins who are scared out of their wits. You think too highly of that pile of excrement." Shang Wancan revealed his white teeth and suddenly laughed sinisterly, causing Shang Wanbao to shiver uncontrollably. "Leopard, if you want to kill a person, do you want to kill him with a knife or kill him for 3 days and 3 nights? Do you think it will be more painful for him? Cruel, too cruel. Tyrannical, too cruel." Shang Wanbao broke out in cold sweat and began to sympathize with that country bumpkin called Chu Yang. His master was more evil than the devil when it came to his young miss. If this continued, he felt that the 5 young masters of Taijing City would all be dealt with by his master. Chapter 2464. Of course it's the latter. That will definitely make that country bumpkin beg for death. He will deeply regret his ignorance and cry bitterly, kneel down and beg for mercy. Shang Wanbao said very cleverly. He also thought that this was the truth, a truth that would appear very soon. "Country bumpkin, you toad wants to eat swan meat. Of all swans, you actually want to eat the swan of 9th Duke's residence. Aren't you looking for the path to the 18th level of hell?" After saying that, he shook his head again and again in his heart. He felt that the country bumpkin called Chu Yang was more and more pitiful, too pitiful. "Go and tell those 5 bastards." Shang Wancan did not care about Shang Wanbao's answer and directly ordered, "Go and tell them that this time I will play by myself. If they dare to stretch out their paws, I will definitely make them very satisfied." Shang Wanbao could not help but break out in cold sweat again. If those 5 bastards said that, he would probably lose half his life. "Yes, young master." But he had no choice but to agree. "Look at this. What do you think?" Shang Wancan's hand moved slightly, and with a swoosh, a piece of paper fell into Shang Wanbao's hand. If it was a drawing of a piece of shit entering the city, then the content of the paper was how to make things difficult for this piece of shit. Beauty's poem. Shang Wanbao only took a glance and exclaimed, "Young master is brilliant, really brilliant. Beauty's poem. If that country bumpkin doesn't do well, young miss will definitely be unhappy. Then, that country bumpkin will be greatly discounted in young miss's heart." Shangwankin smiled. He already got the answer. When Shangwan Bao saw the 3 words Beauty's poem, he knew that it must be written for his sister. That piece of shit should also be able to think of it. In fact, he was really worried about that piece of shit's intelligence. As for such a test, Shangwankin felt that it was very ingenious, and there were also various mechanisms. Beauty's poem, especially with a peerless beauty like his sister as the target, was really too difficult to write. Anyway, he could not find any words to describe it, so it was definitely not easy to come up with such a satisfying poem. What Shangwan Bao said was also true. In the words of that lousy parrot, there would be no harm if there was no comparison. That piece of shit could make a poem, but if someone could make a better poem, it would pale in comparison. Of course, there were other difficulties as well. For example, the last 2 stages were equally difficult. It was already difficult for that pile of shit to compose a beauty's poem, let alone 3 in a row. Furthermore, after these 3 tests, Shangwankin had also prepared a series of humiliations and difficulties. If Chu Yang saw this, he would definitely think that this was more difficult than Tang Seng's journey to the west, especially when he didn't have Sun Wukong by his side. Young master, as long as we pass 3 tests, that country bumpkin will be defeated. Why do we need to design so much? Shangwan Bao sympathized with Chu Yang even more. He could not help but try to reduce the difficulty for him. You can't do things more than 3 times. 3 tests are enough, so I'll lose face if there are too many. Is that what you mean? Shangwankin suddenly laughed coldly, scaring Shangwan Bao to death. He hurriedly said, "That's exactly what I meant. Young master, there's no need to lower yourself. You don't understand. This is to kill the chicken to warn the monkey." Shangwankin suddenly stopped painting and said coldly, "I want to tell everyone in the world that if they are not good enough, they should never have wishful thinking. Otherwise, they will end up like this pile of shit." After a pause, he continued, "I'm also warning those 5 dogs to be more careful of their dog paws." The 6 young masters of Tai Capital were all very amazing, and none of them were extraordinary. Shangwan Bao felt that 5 of them were very good, so he really did not understand his master's strength. However, this was not a problem that he needed to think about. What he needed to think about now was whether there was anything wrong with Shangwankin's plan. Chapter 2465. A pond sealed by willows, who in Grand Capital City and the Central Plains didn't know of such an absolute. Such an absolute suddenly appeared in Shangwan Bao's mind, and he instantly had a bad feeling. His master seemed to be kicking a knife. That country bumpkin's attainments in literary arts had suppressed and humiliated the entire Central Plains. What he deeply felt was that Duke Jiu seemed to be cursing his mother, while his master's father was laughing nonstop for 3 days. Even though he was beaten up by Duke Jiu time and time again, he was still laughing nonstop. How could this work? Shangwan Bao expressed his doubts, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. He could only beat around the bush and say, "Young master, that lousy parrot seems to have been dressed in flowery clothes again." In other words, it definitely wasn't the first one. As for wearing flowery clothes, it seemed to be the complete opposite of Chu Yang's practice of stripping, plucking, and hanging to dry. However, the parrot would rather be stripped, plucked, and hung to dry than wear flowery clothes, because it was too miserable. On such a hot day, its cultivation was sealed, and it had to wear layers and layers of clothes prepared for birds. Under these layers and layers, even a person would grow heat rashes. Even if it was a bird, it definitely did not feel good, but it could not bear it. Furthermore, that wasn't all. The parrot would wear layer after layer of flowery clothes, and in the end, it would turn into a mountain of clothes. Inside, it was like being confined in the depths of tens of thousands of layers of hell. After the parrot suffered once, it suddenly felt that reading, writing, composing poems, and painting was a very happy and joyful thing. That lousy bird. Shangwankin couldn't help but sneer coldly. It's really confident in that pile of shit. It actually deliberately leaked the news to me so that that pile of shit would screw me over. After a pause, he became furious. Elder sister is really obsessed with that pile of shit. She actually punished that lousy bird so viciously. Suddenly, he couldn't help but shudder. Wearing clothes wasn't something that only the parrot enjoyed. He was also a part of it. Ever since his elder sister returned from the Eastern Plains, she changed a lot. He didn't know why she would think of such a vicious method to torture him to the point that he didn't dare to cause trouble easily. Damn it. This time, I'm going to make you wear flowery clothes too. Shangwan can recall that after his cultivation was sealed, he had to wear layers and layers of clothes. In the end, he was even more miserable than the parrot. Suddenly, he felt resentful again, wearing flowery clothes. Shangwan Bao couldn't help but shudder. He had also experienced it. Fortunately, he had begged for mercy in time. What happened that day was still vivid in his mind, as if it had happened yesterday. His master had been dressed in flowery clothes, but he didn't think much of it. It was just wearing clothes like a mountain, so what was the point of taking it seriously? Therefore, when he revealed such an intention, his master gave him a flowery robe to wear. He quickly realized how terrifying it was. Not only did he get rashes all over his body, but the feeling of being confined was enough to drive him crazy. He couldn't hold on for a single day, while the parrot and its master both lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. It was extremely miserable. Young master, do you have any other orders? If not, I'll go and complete the mission you gave me. Shangwan Bao was afraid that his master would think of his miserable past and put flowery clothes on him on a whim, so he immediately wanted to escape. Go! Yes, young master. Shangwan Bao walked carefully for a while, then rushed out with a whoosh. When he reached a safe place, he couldn't help but let out a long breath and said with lingering fear, "You scared me to death." Then, he complained, "I don't know where Miss Lawn learned how to wear flowery clothes. It's really killing me." Chapter 2466. Duke Jiao and Shangwan Lan's parents were aware of Shangwan Can's actions, but they didn't stop him. It wasn't going to be easy for Chu Yang to marry their baby. In Taijing City, other than Shangwan Can, the rest of the 6 young masters were aware of the situation. Shangwan Can had specially sent Shangwan Bao to inform them not to add to Chu Yang's burden and ruin Chu Yang's life. They only snorted coldly and replied, "Shangwan Can, don't throw away the face of our Tai capital." Shangwan Can sneered when he heard this. The people of Taijing City were well informed. They were all aware of the situation and started discussing it. Some busybodies even sent people to guard the city gates and report back immediately if anything happened. It could be said that everyone in Taijing City knew that a good show was about to take place, and the actors were Chu Yang and Shangwan Can. The background of this show was complicated and involved a lot of people. Taijing City's #1 talented woman, Shangwan Lan, and the 6 young masters were all involved. The most important character in the play, Chu Yang, was also extremely interesting. He ridiculed the people of the central continent for being illiterate, unable to count, and even unable to speak the human language. His appearance in itself was the greatest news, the greatest thing. As a result, the magistrate of Taijing City had no choice but to send more soldiers to stabilize the security of Taijing City. The magistrate of Taijing City was worried that something like this would happen during the imperial examinations. Because it involved too many areas and there were too many dragons and sharks in Taijing City, as well as all kinds of monsters, he was unable to do anything. Thus, he had no choice but to pay a visit to Duke Jiao's residence, Qi residence, Wang, Xia, Chun, and Wu residence. The storm was coming and the wind was blowing. On the second day after leaving St. Monarch Academy, Chu Yang was in a small town 10 miles away from Taijing City. He knew everything that was going on in Taijing City. Xiao Wanjin, the spy, had delivered the news in great detail. The gambling has started. Let's count the money until our hands go numb. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, he received another message from Xiao Wanjin. It sounded casual, but it wasn't. At least, he wasn't relaxed at all. If the Xiao family stood on Chu Yang's side in Taijing City, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wang, Xia, Chun, Wu, and King Qi's residence would definitely suppress the Xiao family. Therefore, Xiao Wanjin didn't hide anything from Chu Yang. He didn't have the power to hide anything from him because this matter concerned the life and death of the Xiao family. Xiao Wanjin's original plan was to get the Xiao family to expel him from the family. However, they didn't do so in the end because they believed that Chu Yang would rise. Chu Yang could rise. Even if the Xia clan had completely declined because they stood on Chu Yang's side, the Xia clan would definitely regain its former glory with Chu Yang's rise. Tu's to Chu Yang's had Tu's decision. Whose Tu's is on's side was Tu's to us have Tu's S is the decision. Est, estes. This naturally put a burden on him. Xiao Wanjin had thought of the worst-case scenario. The Xia family's business was being squeezed by the major powers in Taijing City, so he had to get some money to support it. In order to get this little bit of money, Xiao Wanjin made a lot of money. He planned to use Chu Yang to pull Wang, Xie, Chen Wu, as well as Qi King Manor and the other 5 families into the gambling house, making them bleed a lot. Of course, the only one who could do this was Chu Yang. Chapter 2467. Then I'll have to play a good game. Chu Yang went through the situation in his mind and immediately rode on a donkey that he had specially bought. He hummed a tune as he headed towards Taijing City. Taijing City was a no-fly zone. The reason why Chu Yang was so fond of the donkey was because the donkey from the Sage Monarch College was in the water. If the donkey knew about this, it would definitely give Chu Yang 2 hooves. In the distance, the mountain-like city gate of Taijing City was imprinted in his eyes. The entire Taijing City was like a gigantic mountain range that was unfathomably large. Tai Capital City was indeed a very big city. It was very visually stunning. But for Chu Yang, it was nothing much after looking at it for a while. After about an hour, he finally arrived at the east gate of Taijing City. He followed the crowd and slowly entered the city. He was very far away from the city gate. He could see that there were many people at the gate, and he could hear many people talking about him. He immediately felt that the situation in Taijing City described in Xiao Wanjin's letter was indeed very lively. It was countless times more lively than the upcoming imperial examinations. As for these many people, Chu Yang soon had a general understanding of them. Many of them were waiting here. They would immediately send the news back as soon as he arrived. However, although they were lively, they were very slow. After Chu Yang safely entered the city, not a single person noticed. They were very negligent, and Chu Yang was very dissatisfied. He had no choice but to stop. He cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, I'm Chu Yang from the Eastern Wasteland. I'm here. Please pay attention to your eyes. I won't be responsible if you're blinded." Boom! As soon as the 2 words Chu Yang came out, there was an uproar at the city gate. An earth-shattering clamor erupted. Many people were in disbelief. What did I just hear? Chu Yang? Did I hear wrongly? Did I hear wrongly? That Chu Yang actually dared to come? That's impossible, right? It's such a small probability thing. Did it really happen? Is that Chu Yang really that stupid? He actually came here to throw his life away. That's a country bumpkin among country bumpkins. He's extremely arrogant. That's possible. Amidst the exclamations of many people, many gazes swept over with a whoosh. They immediately saw a smiling face that was exactly the same as the person in the portrait in their hands. Their bodies couldn't help but tremble as they cried out in shock. It's Chu Yang. He actually came. He actually came. How did he get there? Why didn't I notice anything? His methods are truly impressive. There are so many people, yet none of them were able to discover him. If he doesn't say anything, who will know? Some people cried out in surprise. Some were stunned, but there were also people giving orders. Quick, quick, send the news back. That Chu Yang is here. He has already entered the city through the east gate. This group of people was not small in number. Once they moved, the scene became even more chaotic. Chu Yang stopped them and said with a smile, "Everyone, please calm down. If you leave now, I'm afraid you will miss the most dazzling scene. Not only will you regret it for the rest of your life, but you will also be beaten to death by your masters. So, this marshal asks you to think twice." These words were really effective. Those people all froze. Those who entered the city all stopped in their tracks. At this moment, the guards at the city gate all stared blankly at Chu Yang, as if they were looking at something extremely shocking. "Thank you, everyone, for giving me face." Chu Yang smiled and cupped his fist to the crowd. "In order to express my gratitude, this marshal intends to tell you a story. It's very exciting. Please enjoy it." Story? What the hell? Everyone couldn't help but be confused. What was Chu Yang's intention? Was it a joke or something else? Chapter 2468. Due to Chu Yang's strange actions, everyone fell into silence at the eastern gate of Taijing City. However, the news of his arrival still spread out from the eastern gate and swept through the entire Taijing City like a hurricane. "Chu Yang is here. That Chu Yang is here. That Chu Yang who said that no one in Zhongzhou could read or count is here. Super Country Bumpkin, the lowest of the lowest is here. That arrogant bastard is not only here, he is also causing trouble at the eastern gate. Everyone, let's go and see." The voices were like waves, advancing deeper and deeper into the Taijing City. In this process, the voices did not weaken. Instead, as more and more people went deeper into the city, the voices became louder and louder, spreading to the entire Taijing City at the fastest speed. The news of Chu Yang's arrival was like a black cloud that was about to destroy the city. It was like a flood that poured into the entire Taijing City. It seemed to have drowned the entire city in all directions, and not a single corner was left out. Such a scene could be said to be spectacular and grand. For thousands of years, only Chu Yang had such treatment and influence. He had attracted the attention of all the people in the Tai capital. The reason was mostly because Chu Yang himself was simply too talkative. He had too many gimmicks to begin with. "Chu Yang is here. That Chu Yang is here." It was even like this. "That country bumpkin is here. That super country bumpkin is here." Almost at the same time, many voices resounded in Duke Jiu's mansion. Shangguan Qin, Shangguan Lan, Shangguan Shao, Shangguan Yin and his wife, as well as Duke Jiu and the others, all received the news in an instant. "Waha!" Rampant laughter also resounded in Duke Jiu's mansion. He said without restraint, "Chu Heng, you bastard, you're finally here. This divine bird's life is finally going to be lively and exciting." Waha! In the Wang, Xie, Chun, and Wu clans, Qi Mansion, and many other mansions in the capital, Duke Jiu's mansion had never been seen before. Even the Jin Emperor wouldn't be able to see such a scene. It could be said that people were in awe of the Jin Emperor, so they didn't dare to shout like this. Thus, in this aspect, the Jin Emperor was truly inferior. Damn it, what's so great about that pile of shit? How could it cause such a huge commotion? Similar to Duke Jiu's residence, and Shangguan Can's rage could be seen everywhere in Grand Capital. When Shangguan Can and the others found out that they were welcoming Chu Yang in such a grand manner, they were furious. They would never be able to do something like this in their entire lives. In other words, they had lost from the very beginning. When the news of Chu Yang telling a story at the city gate spread, the entire Tai capital became even noisier. If the entire Taijing city was a vast ocean, then the clamor was like a huge fish that was causing trouble in Taijing City and setting off monstrous waves. Storytelling. Oh my God, to think that Chu Yang could come up with something like this. This country bumpkin is indeed a clown. It's true that seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. I don't think he's telling a story. He's provoking us with this kind of joke. Why care about this? Let's go and see first. The crowd was like a flood as they all rushed towards the eastern gate. The scene was like a dam bursting and the flood was raging. Chapter 2469. The magistrate of Taijing City thought about it and started to sweat. If this continued, it would be even more worrying. There would definitely be people stirring up trouble in the dark. He could already see Taijing City in chaos and an uncontrollable scene. "Chu Yang, you bastard. Don't let me seize this opportunity. Otherwise, I will tear you apart." Finally, he could not help but roar out. The officials of Taijing City sympathized with their magistrate, and their hearts were filled with hatred. Because of that bullshit Chu Yang's arrival, they were completely in trouble. Now that it was like this, who knew what would happen when the imperial examinations were held? Unlucky. It was really 8 lifetimes of bad luck. However, they were the officials of Taijing City and had to be responsible for the security of Taijing City. While the magistrate of Taijing City and the officials were worried, Chu Yang had already started to talk about his book. He wanted to talk about a part of the water margin. Lu Tai punched Xin Guanxi. Lu De and the other two came to the Pan family's tavern and sat down in a room. Lu Tai sat in the main seat. Li Zhong sat opposite him, and Shi Jin sat below him. The bartender called out and recognized Lu Tai. He said, "Sir, how much wine do you want?" Lu De said, "Let's get 4 jiao wine first." The bartender asked again, "Sir, how do you want to eat?" Lu De said, "What are you asking? But if I have it, I will just sell it and return it to you. This bastard only cares about being noisy." At this point, the image of an extremely forthright man appeared in everyone's mind. At this time, Chu Yang explained Lu Tai's background because the first half of Lu Tai's punching Jingguanxi was missing. Only then did he continue to talk about it. After everyone knew about it, the so-called Lu Tai became clearer. They knew that this plaything was actually a Lu Tai who committed a crime and became a monk. When he was drunk, he pulled out a weeping willow. In the tavern, there was a sea of people, and even more people were coming. However, it was very quiet. Only Chu Yang's voice could be heard. Lu De and the other two drank several cups. They were chatting and comparing their marksmanship. While they were talking, they heard someone sobbing in the pavilion next door. Lu De was so anxious that he threw the plates and cups on the floor. As the story unfolded, people gradually became engrossed in it, forgetting everything else. However, Chu Yang's sudden roar startled everyone. "I've been working for the military governor of the old Zhong Empire for a long time, and now I've become one of the 5 roads inspector of Guanxi. You're a butcher who sells meat. You are like a dog, and you're also called Xingguangxi. How did you trick Jin Suilian?" After roaring, Chu Yang used his spiritual power to summon Jingguanxi. However, there were 6 people in Jingguanxi. However, weren't the 6 of them going up against the 6 young masters of Taijing City? How was this Lu Tai punching Jingguanxi? This was clearly Chu Yang beating up the 6 young masters of Taijing City. Following that, people saw 6 fists the size of vinegar bowls appearing. They punched the noses of the 6 people, causing blood to spurt out. Half of their noses were crooked. It was very miserable. Moreover, that so-called Chu Yang was still describing vividly, as if he was enjoying it very much. It was as if he had opened a soy sauce shop. Salty, sour, spicy all came out. Don't even mention the Zheng tofu's sour taste. He beat the 6 young masters of Taijing City until they opened a soy sauce shop. He really dared to imagine. People were speechless at Chu Yang's narcissism and arrogance. Of course, they all knew that this was a joke, a provocation, and a declaration of war. Later on, it was even worse. After the 6 Zheng tofu were beaten up, they only shouted, "Good beating." Chapter 2470. Bastard, you still dare to answer. Chu Yang roared again and gave everyone a fright. Then they saw the 6 fists raised again and punched the 6 people's eyes. Their eyes cracked and black pearls burst out. It was as if a colorful silk shop had been opened. Red, black, and purple were all blooming out. The 6 people begged for mercy and looked even uglier. Chu Yang was even more impressive and looked like he was going to destroy them on behalf of the moon, making the crowd even more speechless. After that, Lu Tai's 3rd punch came out. The 6 people fell straight to the ground and were completely dead. The crowd fell silent. At this moment, everyone seemed to have heard Chu Yang's rampant voice. He could kill the 6 young masters of Taijing City with just 3 punches. Lu Tai's punches conveyed the meaning of Zhang Guanxi's insufferably arrogant. Chu Yang came to Taijing City to be an accomplice to a villain, not to be a dead man. Place your bets. Place your bets. The odds are 100 to 1. Lu Tai is 100. Butcher Zheng is 1. Most of the crowd were just here to watch the show, but there was no lack of people who had ill intentions towards Chu Yang or were subordinates of the 6 young masters. For example, Shangguan Bao, who was on a mission. He was angry, but before he could open his mouth, a voice came in. Shangguan Bao looked over and found that it was Xiao Wanjin from the Xiao family. He couldn't help but be surprised. Xiao Wanjin actually dared to side with Chu Yang and go against the 6 young masters of Taijing City. I bet on Butcher Zheng. Another voice came out. When it entered Shangguan Bao's ears, he couldn't help but be furious. That bastard! This was completely to lead the crowd to equate Chu Yang with Lu Tai and the shrewd Butcher Zheng with the 6 young masters. Shangguan Bao glanced over and saw a pretty boy who was prettier than a woman. He almost couldn't help but fall in love at first sight, so he was stunned. The crowd was more or less the same, and the pretty boy Wei Xian naturally appeared on the scene. So it's you who has been stripped naked and hung up to dry. Xiao Wanjin laughed sinisterly. Wei Xian was enraged. Bullshit, do you dare to bet? I'll bet everything I have. If Butcher Zheng wins, I won't ask for money. I'll strip you naked and hang you up to dry. What do you think? Hee, as you wish. Xiao Wanjin was brimming with confidence, looking like he was sure to win. He said disdainfully, although this great one looks down on your entire wealth. The gigolo Wei Xian was enraged again, but he did not flare up at Xiao Wanjin. Instead, he roared at the crowd. Are there still men in Taijing City? You've already been bullied to the point of being silent. Furthermore, it was obvious that Butcher Zheng was going to win without a doubt. The odds were 1 to 100, yet you actually missed such a great opportunity to make a fortune. Are you all stupid? Hurry up and get this thing done. Let's destroy his family. No one answered, but many people felt that as things developed, everything seemed to become more and more complicated and more dangerous. Waha! Suddenly, brazen laughter sounded from the direction of Duke Jiu's residence, followed by brazen words. This divine bird has been reborn, and I vow to overthrow the Central Plains. Flutter! A multicolored light flew over an extremely fast speed. Then, people saw a parrot land on Chu Yang's shoulder. It used its majestic wings to poke Xiao Wanjin. Xia, this divine bird heard everything clearly. Don't quibble. Don't be perfunctory. I want 30% of the bet. Not a single hair less. Bullshit. If you dare to let out one more fart, I will tell the whole world that Pit Chu is a fraud. He is betting on Lu Tai to beat Jin Guanxi. Everyone is betting on him to win. You will be completely bankrupt. Where did this group of people get their confidence from? Many people watched all of this, watched this farce. They were completely confused. Chu Yang was facing the famous 6 great young masters of Taijing City. The 6 great young masters of Taijing City were all dragons and phoenixes among men, geniuses among geniuses, and evildoers among evildoers. Who dared to say that he could win against them? Shangguan Bao was also confused. Chu Yang was a country bumpkin among country bumpkins. What did he rely on? He dared to act so brazenly the moment he entered Taijing City. Could it be that the ignorant are fearless? He felt that there seemed to be such an explanation. Chu Yang watched everything with a smile and didn't say anything. He took the initiative to provoke them, mainly for the sake of the bet, and also to test them. If that was the case, the 6 great young masters wouldn't be able to hold themselves back and would jump out. He really didn't have anything to worry about. Of course, this was just the beginning. The best part was yet to come. Chapter 2471. The parrot and Xiao Wanjin fought each other crazily under the watchful eyes of the people in Taijing City. After a while, they finally stopped. Xiao Wanjin felt aggrieved. He had made great progress, but this lousy bird was not bad either. Following Shangguan Lan, not only did it reach the strength of a saint, its strength was even more astonishing. Its wings and claws, as well as its lousy beak, were much sharper than before. The parrot felt the same. Although it had a little upper hand, many of its beautiful feathers had been plucked out. It was obviously in the rhythm of being stripped naked, which seriously affected its image as a divine bird. Otherwise, it would not have let Xiao Wanjin go so easily. Fortunately, Peng Peng and Xiong Xiong are not here. If these two things were here, I would be in big trouble if I fought against three. Xiao Wanjin spoke bluntly and made his inner thoughts known to the public, which made people feel a wave of surprise. Shouldn't such inner thoughts be enough to just say it in your heart? Wouldn't it be a bit embarrassing to say it out loud? It would even reveal your weakness. Xia Xia, who are you saying is not here? The divine Xiong Longxiang is here. Wanjin, who are you saying is not here? The omnipotent Lu Yunpeng is here. Suddenly, two figures jumped out from the crowd and then said in unison, "The sky flashes. The two generals make their grand entrance." The two silhouettes that shocked everyone were Lu Yunpeng and Xiong Longxiang. After the two of them shouted their slogan, they smiled at Xiao Wanjin and said, "Jin Jin, you're really not impressive at all. You can't even take care of a broken bird." The parrot was attacked and directly scolded. "Hey, you two, who agreed to let you use this divine bird's opening speech? The sky flashes, the grand entrance, is it something you can use? You damn bird, you want to steal the registered trademark again? Evil intentions, damn bird's opening speech is the work of our blood, sweat, and tears. How can you use such a despicable means to steal it? Give up." Xiao Wanjin was directly thrown aside. Lu Yunpeng and Xiong Longxiang teamed up to scold the parrot, and then they fought. It was very lively again. When Xiao Wanjin joined the battle, the gigolo Wei Xian felt that it was very interesting and joined in as well, hitting anyone he saw. Lu Yunpeng, the parrot, and the other three all suffered a calamity. They angrily attacked Wei Xian, and in the end, the five of them fought a chaotic battle. Chaos ensued, and the atmosphere was foul. Everyone felt that it was strange just by looking at it. Originally, the main character was Chu Yang, but now it had become these five shameless idiots. Chu Yang just smiled. Seeing the parrot, Lu Yunpeng, and Xiong Longxiang again was a very good thing, especially when he saw that their strength had improved greatly and they had all reached the sage level. He was even more happy and delighted from the bottom of his heart. Although he was a little surprised that Lu Yunpeng and the others could advance so quickly, he thought about it and figured out the reason. Xiao Wanjin had the support of the Xia family, and the parrot was because of Shangguan Lan. Lu Yunpeng had the support of the rock sage, and Xiong Longxiang should have benefited from Lu Yunpeng. The rock sage probably also helped Xiong Longxiang. Because of the intervention of Xiao Wanjin and the other four, everything was messed up and interrupted. As such, no one would have thought that the main character, Chu Yang, would not say anything, so no one could do anything. "Chu Hang, what are you laughing at? Chu Hang, don't you know that you looked like a fool just now?" Chu Yang's face was full of smiles as he watched the parrot and the others fight. He was getting happier and happier. The parrot was the first to be unhappy and immediately roared. Behind it, Xiao Wanjin, Lu Yunpeng, Wei Xian, and the others all spoke out. "Waha!" Suddenly, the parrot realized something and laughed wildly. "Chu Hang, you're only in the Nirvana realm. Fortunately, you call yourself a genius? You've been left behind by this divine bird. Haha, Chu Hang, you're so weak." Chapter 2472. The parrot, Lu Yunpeng, Xiong Longxiang, and Xiao Wanjin had all become saints. Only Chu Yang had not. The four of them worked together to mock Chu Yang. Such an opportunity was rare, and they cherished it, especially since Chu Yang could not beat them up in front of others because he wanted to hide his strength. Therefore, they had to do their best to mock Chu Yang. Xiao Wanjin already knew Chu Yang's strength. Although the parrot and Xiong Longxiang did not know, they were very sure that Chu Hang was still as powerful as ever. He could beat them up as if they were little children. They would not doubt Chu Hang's strength, even if they were beaten to death. They were confident that they were not fools. These people really know me well. They are taking advantage of this opportunity to be impudent. Chu Yang was laughing in his heart, but his face was dark. However, the parrot and the others were not afraid at all. They were just on guard against Chu Hang's dirty tricks. Their faces were full of disdain, as if to say, Chu Hang, we already know your methods. The pretty boy Wei Xian was a bit depressed. He felt that he could not keep up with the pace. Little ones, I will leave you some face in front of everyone today. So, you could go a bit further. Chu Yang laughed sinisterly. It was obvious that he was going to settle accounts later. The parrot and the others immediately split up. Each of them flattered Chu Yang, and then beat each other up. The atmosphere was foul. Time passed silently. People saw all kinds of shamelessness and all kinds of weirdos. They also saw a happy meeting. However, they did not see the scene they were looking forward to. Chu Yang and the others were too impudent. They were so unscrupulous in front of so many people. It was obvious that they were ignoring everyone in Taijing. Therefore, many people could not help but feel angry. Shangguan Bao was the most furious. His head was also hurting. His original mission was to show all kinds of scenes of a pile of shit entering the city and let that pile of shit suffer all kinds of humiliation. He might even be scared witless and scared to death. But now, where was the safety of a pile of shit entering the city? First, there was Lu Ti punching Zheng Guanxi, and then there were the 5 clowns causing chaos and chaos. This was simply like a group of bandits entering the city, acting unbridled and rampant. Everything was too different from what his master had planned. He felt that he would have to wear flowery clothes when he returned. As for his master, he was probably flying into a rage right now and couldn't wait to kill someone. I can't let this go on. I have to suppress that piece of shit's arrogance and show off my young master's might. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Shangguan Bao was extremely anxious when he thought of this. He was like an ant on a hot pan. He rolled up his sleeves and stomped his foot. Dong! The earth quaked, and a loud sound attracted everyone's attention. The farce of Parrot and the others came to an abrupt end. After successfully attracting everyone's attention, Shangguan Bao glared at Chu Yang like an angry lion. He sneered, "That piece of shit, how long are you going to keep emitting that stench? You're saying that you're an excellent poop picker?" Chu Yang opened his mouth. Parrot, Xiaowan Jin, and the pretty boy Wei Xian could not help but burst into laughter. Shangguan Bao's face turned red. He finally realized that it was better to call him a country bumpkin. Belittling one's enemy was the same as belittling oneself. He felt as if he had lifted a rock and smashed it on his own foot. It was extremely vexing. The words poop picker caused him to suffer internal injuries and spit out a mouthful of old blood. When there's a lot of shit, someone has to clean it up. Unfortunately, I happen to be that person. Chapter 2473. A pile of shit. This was worse than a wild dog. It was even worse than a wild dog's humiliation. Chu Yang's eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly. He sized up Shangguan Bao and said, "Buddha said that the world is what you see as a person. It seems that not only are you not an excellent poop picker, but you are also a pile of shit. The world is full of shit." After a pause, he sneered. "Is this the standard of Taijing City? Their eyes are full of shit and their mouths are full of shit. They don't have the slightest bit of etiquette. They don't have the slightest bit of cultivation. Even a shameless king like me can't stand it. Sigh, it's really distressing. What should I do to be the worst? Where exactly is the worst limit? Who can talk about shamelessness?" Huh? The gigolo Wei Xian and the parrot laughed like crazy. Chu Yang's questioning of the limits of shamelessness was too ridiculing. Shangguan Bao's face twitched. This was too fucking powerful. That cheap mouth was too cheap. In any case, he couldn't bear the crime of being called one of the 6 great young masters of Taijing City. He was already forced into a dead end. He could only grit his teeth and say, "Do I need any etiquette to a beast? Who is your father?" Chu Yang's sudden question stunned Shangguan Bao. Then, he realized that something was wrong. "Who is your mother?" Shangguan Bao felt even more uneasy. He felt that the other party was about to make a big move. Chu Yang smiled at him. Then, with a sympathetic and pitiful expression, he said, "Your parents. Do they know that you are so stupid? Do they know that your life in this world is so difficult and painful?" What a beast. Shangguan Bao's vision went black. When he could see again, he roared, "How am I stupid?" Chu Yang only smiled. "You don't need any etiquette to a beast. but you spat shit at a beast. You're either sick or stupid. After a pause, he smiled even more happily. I said that you were stupid. Is there a problem? Damn, Shangwan Bao really wanted to kill someone. He had already experienced the sharpness of Chu Yang's cheap mouth. He didn't want to be entangled with such a slut anymore. He directly ordered the people behind him to tear down a banner. The contents of the banner instantly jumped into everyone's eyes. It was very simple. It was a beauty poem. After Chu Yang glanced at it, he quickly understood. He came for Shangwan Lan, so this beauty was naturally Shangwan Lan. Therefore, this beauty poem was naturally written for Shangwan Lan. He immediately understood the other party's plan. Shangwan Lan was such a beauty. It would be difficult to describe her beauty with words. In this world, there were many beautiful things that were simply indescribable. Words seemed very pale and powerless in front of them, especially for a stunning beauty like Shangwan Lan. Chu Yang was sure that if his poem wasn't stunning enough and didn't match Shangwan Lan's beauty, it would definitely not be recognized by people. Especially when people discriminated and prejudiced against him, it would be even more so. Moreover, if he wrote a poem to praise Shangwan Lan, there would definitely be many people who wanted to flatter him and win Shangwan Lan's favor. Therefore, when this question came out, there would definitely be many people who were eager to get into action. If Chu Yang was not as good as them, once he was defeated, he would be firmly trampled under their feet. There were not only the 6 great young masters in Taijing City, especially with the imperial examination approaching, who knew how many geniuses would gather. It could be said that there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Any one of them would be very impressive. Therefore, with such a question, Chu Yang felt that the other party was full of malice and deep calculation. They were trying to shake his relationship with Shangwan Lan. Chapter 2474. What a good scheme. Chu Yang instantly knew the difficulty of this question. Not only did he have to compose a good poem, he had to surpass the 6 great young masters, surpass everyone in Taijing City, and even surpass everyone in the world. The other party had only given him such a question, and he had no choice but to become the enemy of the entire world. This method could be said to be deliberate. Fortunately, he did not really care. He had already thought of becoming the enemy of the entire world. When he really encountered it, he just smiled. Who is your father? Who is your mother? Chu Yang suddenly said these 2 words, causing Shangwan Bao to be stunned. He was very puzzled in his heart. What the hell is this country bumpkin doing? Could it be that my parents have something to do with this? Oh, I understand. You don't have a father or mother, so you don't have a surname or a name. Chu Yang expressed sympathy and pity. So pitiful. Not only are you stupid, you don't have a father or mother, and you don't have surname or a name. Tragic, it's really too tragic. Shangwan Bao felt as if he had been hit in the back of his head. He finally understood and cursed in his heart. Wasn't it just asking for his name? Why did he have to drag his parents into this? This piece of shit was definitely a scoundrel among scoundrels. He would never let go of his parents. You're just a piece of shit. You don't have the qualifications to know my name. Shangwan Bao roared with his thick neck. His face and neck were red. Oh, so it's something that can't be seen. Chu Yang snapped his fingers and suddenly understood. I understand. If you can't win, then run. After all, there's no loss, right? Bullshit. Your Lord Leopard, will never change my name. Shangwan Bao felt that the bastard in front of him wanted to dig out his heart and lungs with every sentence. He truly regretted sympathizing with this bastard. So you're really a dog. Chu Yang was amazed and narcissistically praised himself. I actually guessed it right. I'm really a genius. Waha. Leopard was equal to dog. Therefore, he was a dog. Shangwan Bao understood Chu Yang's logic very well. He felt a burst of depression in his heart. He was humiliated, but he couldn't refute it. He really was a dog, Shangwan Can's dog. He also completely surrendered, trying to avoid Chu Yang's cheap mouth, and pulled the topic back. That piece of shit. It seems that you can't make such a beauty poem at all, am I right? Who are you? Chu Yang looked at Shangwan Bao and asked with a smile, Please tell me, what qualifications do a dog like you have to ask me to answer questions? Is it because you're dog meat? is more delicious? Ha! The parrot and the others laughed like crazy, especially the parrot. It had been a long time since he had seen Chu Yang act so lowly. This piece of shit must have done it on purpose. He already knew my identity, but he deliberately mocked and humiliated me like this. Shangwan Bao felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. His chest caved in, and he felt a sharp pain in his heart. He felt so miserable. He was just a dog, but he was doing what a human should do. He was even being hit by a stick and a hammer. He was not on the same level as that piece of shit. That piece of shit might be the grandson-in-law of Duke Jiu's residence in the future. I'm from Duke Jiu's residence. Is that clear enough? Who is Duke Jiu? Hua. The crowd was in an uproar, and they were shocked. That Chu Yang didn't even put Duke Jiu in his eyes. Or did he really not know who Duke Jiu was? Shangwan Bao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He said coldly, "Young master asked me to test you. If you can't even pass this test, don't even think about taking a step into Duke Jiu's residence." Chapter 2475. Hashtag yin %%. Shangwan Bao couldn't take it anymore and cursed in his heart. He really wanted to beat this bitch up, but he didn't dare to. Although this bitch was only in the Nirvana realm, she was very powerful and her methods were unpredictable. She could suppress the entire East continent by herself. Even if he was a ninth order saint, if they were to fight, he might not be a match for him. Moreover, even if he won, Shangwan Lan would feel sorry for this bitch. He would have to wear flowery clothes, and his master wouldn't dare to say no. She wouldn't even dare to fart. It's so hard to be a dog. Shangwan Bao finally realized one of the biggest truths of the world. Is this young master's idea? Young master? Who is your young master? Again, Shangwan Bao gritted his teeth and said word by word, Shangwan Can. Shangwan Can? Oh, so it's my future brother-in-law. Thank you for telling me. My brother-in-law deserves a beating. Chu Yang clasped his hands behind his back. Then, he turned around and asked with great doubt, "Please tell me, does my brother-in-law have the qualifications to make my brother-in-law do this and that? Do I owe him anything?" Chu Yang didn't give Shangwan Can any face. Shangwan Bao was stunned. He obviously didn't expect this. Then, he didn't find it strange anymore. This country bumpkin was so arrogant. How could he be afraid of his young master? He also realized how difficult it was to do something that seemed easy. In other words, this country bumpkin made everything that was easy extremely difficult. This is also Master and Madam's idea. Chu Yang smiled and said, "So it's my future father-in-law and mother-in-law? Look at you. Why did you beat around the bush? Why didn't you tell me earlier? After all, we're going to be a family in the future. It's not good to hurt our relationship." Oof. Shangwan Bao only snorted coldly. He heaved a long sigh of relief and said to himself, "I finally did it." It wasn't easy, but the moment Chu Yang spoke, his heart started to beat faster. "However, I'm very skeptical of what you said. My future father-in-law and mother-in-law are very fond of me. They would definitely not make things difficult for me." After a pause, Chu Yang continued, "But this is also a good thing. I can take the opportunity to show off my peerless talent to my future father-in-law and mother-in-law." That's right, that's it. After saying that, he teased Shangwan Bao, "Don't be so nervous. Isn't it just a twist? Is there a need for you to be so nervous?" Huh. Parrot and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter again. Chu Yang was playing with Shangwan Bao. They reckoned that Shangwan Bao was most likely only left with half his life. Many people finally saw what kind of person the legendary Chu Yang was. At the very least, that mouth of his was extremely powerful, almost able to make people spit out blood, depressing them to death. Little doggy, seeing that this divine bird is acquainted with you, this divine bird will teach you a lesson. After the parrot laughed, it said to Shangwan Bao, "Whenever you see Chu hang, just kneel before him. Don't give him a chance to make you kneel. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable because the process will be too painful." Shangwan Bao could only curse in his heart. He was bullied by a country bumpkin, and now he was bullied by a bird. However, he felt that the damn bird's words were simply wise. Everyone, at this time, Chu Yang had already cupped his fist to the crowd and said, "In a moment, I will show off my shocking talent. Just watch and don't compare yourself to me. Otherwise, you'll feel inferior." Chapter 2476. Grind the ink. Shang Wanbao didn't want to grind the ink for Chu Yang, but in the end, he could only do it obediently. Not only did he prepare the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, but he also prepared a writing desk and so on. Otherwise, that bitch wouldn't be able to find any flaws or excuses. But he thought too much. Chu Yang didn't need to do that at all. He didn't even need to think about it. While people were talking, he was already writing. It's definitely not easy to write a poem for the divine fragrance girl. What kind of poem can describe the beauty of the divine fragrance girl? Even the words divine fragrance girl are blasphemous to her. Yes, it's very difficult, especially that country bumpkin has to do better than others. Otherwise, it's useless at all. If he's not as good as others, what will the divine fragrance girl think? I think we can think about it carefully. Many people saw this and laughed sinisterly. When many people were still talking, Chu Yang had already written the poem. They turned to ridicule Chu Yang for being ignorant and stupid. Arrogant, simply arrogant to the extreme. He didn't even have to think before he started writing. Wait for the joke. This country bumpkin probably doesn't know the hidden mystery. When he finds out, it'll be too late. A country bumpkin will always be a country bumpkin. He thinks he's invincible in the East Continent for a long time. He's really stupid. Shang Wanbao was actually surprised. He never thought that Chu Yang would write directly. Because of this, he even suspected that Shang Wancan's question was a little too easy. But on second thought, this was impossible, so he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. "You piece of shit, you could be arrogant for now. Very soon, I'll be able to see your extremely wretched state, or even your face that looks like a corpse. At that time, I like to see how arrogant you can be." While he was sneering in his heart, Chu Yang had already stopped writing. Then he saw the poem on the paper. The clouds think of clothes, the flowers think of the face, the spring breeze brushes the railing. The dew is thick. If we did not meet at the top of the Jade Mountain, we would have met under the moon at the Jade Pavilion. Immediately, the words Jade Mountain, Jade Pavilion, and moonlight appeared in Shang Wanbao's mind. A beautiful face with a human face appeared in his mind, but her appearance was not clear. After that, in the celestial land, in the Jade Pool, he faintly saw her appearance. She seemed to be a floating fairy, but also seemed to be a goddess under the divine moon. A fairy was not enough to describe her, nor was a goddess. Only the combination of the two could describe her appearance. At this moment, Shang Wanbao couldn't help but think of Shang Wanlan's appearance. He was Shang Wancan's servant, so he had naturally seen Shang Wanlan's face before. However, after seeing it once, he didn't dare to raise his head when he saw Shang Wanlan again. Even though he had only seen Shang Wanlan's beautiful face once, it seemed to be carved into his mind. It became clearer and clearer, and he couldn't forget it all. So beautiful! Shang Wanbao was completely immersed in his imagination and couldn't help but exclaim. When he came back to his senses, he shouted in his heart, "Oh no!" He suddenly woke up, but found that the whole place was silent, without a trace of sound. His heart sank completely. It's over, it's completely over. Although he was not very proficient in poetry, and he didn't know whether such a poem was good or bad, the reaction of the crowd was the best proof and the best answer. Such a poem was amazing. Chapter 2477. If young master knew that the plan he put in so much effort to come up with was not worth mentioning at all, and was even worse than bullshit, how would he feel? Shang Wanbao found it hard to imagine. At this moment, he suddenly thought of what Chu Yang had said about Lu Tai punching Jing Guanxi. Would that be the case? Would young master's reaction be that big? He realized that that pile of shit was really scary. It had hinted at this from the very beginning. If he thought this way, his young master would definitely think of it. Chu Yang was Lu Tai, and his young master was Zhang Guanxi, the dirty genius. When he realized that this was gradually becoming a reality, he was suddenly at a loss for words. Chu Yang broke the silence in the field. He cupped his fists and said to everyone, "How was it? Was I so handsome that I charmed thousands of girls just now?" After a pause, he smiled at Shangwan Bao and said, "What do you think?" Chu Yang's smile made Shangwan Bao feel cold all over for some reason. He felt that if he gave a bad answer, he would probably be consigned to eternal damnation. This country bumpkin definitely has something up his sleeve. Shangwan Bao did not praise or belittle him and said, "I'm just a dog. You should say this. Please note that I'm just a dog. Don't make things difficult for me." Damn, Shangwan Bao really wanted to fight this country bumpkin to the death. Saying it so bluntly hurt his self-esteem. "What are you staring at? Do you still have self-esteem?" Chu Yang further embarrassed Shangwan Bao and said with a smile, "You don't have self-esteem. Isn't this the truth? I can't afford to offend you, but I can still hide." Shangwan Bao immediately shut up. "Are you trying to say that I can't afford to offend you, but I can still hide?" How could he not tell the truth? With a plop, Shangwan Bao was not paying attention. He tripped and fell over. Wah! Chu Yang was overjoyed. He put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly. "Little guy, you must be very hurt. I'm known as the Invincible mouth cannon. You've seen the power of my mouth cannon. Why aren't you kneeling down and worshiping me?" After a pause, he said to the crowd, "As the saying goes, illness comes from the mouth, and disaster comes from the mouth. Let me remind you all, when you speak later, you have to think about what you want to say. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. This dog will be your end. You're threatening us, country bumpkin. Even if this poem of yours isn't a piece of shit, do we still have to praise you? Who do you think you are? You're just a piece of shit. Calling you a country bumpkin is already praising you. What kind of bullshit poem did you write? Didn't you see that your poem was so bad that it shocked everyone?" As soon as Chu Yang's words fell, many people in the crowd began to hurl insults at him. Many of them were very harsh to the ears and completely denied such a poem. However, no one dared to speak up for justice. This was obviously a battle between Chu Yang and the 6 great childs of the capital. It was extremely dangerous, and no one dared to get involved. "That piece of shit, did you see that?" Everyone didn't say anything. This means that they all agreed with my words. Since he was about the same age as Shangwan Bao, he was very eye-catching. He directly and overbearingly made the judgment for everyone. Moreover, looking at him, it seemed that if anyone dared to undermine him at this time, he would make that person beg for death. He directly pointed at Chu Yang and said, "You're not only a piece of shit, the poem you wrote is also a piece of shit. That's right, a piece of shit can only write a piece of shit. A piece of shit stinks unbearably. You don't know that you're going to suffocate everyone, yet you're still so proud of yourself. You don't know what you're talking about. Extremely laughable. You have a nerve to use such a poem to make a fool of yourself. Buzz." Chapter 2478. How awe-inspiring. The man from before was not afraid at all. He walked out with his chest puffed out and sneered at Chu Yang. "That piece of shit, you still want to be fierce? What a joke. In Taijing City, if it wasn't for Duke Jiu's residence, you would be a dead man at any moment." Chu Yang ignored the man and stared at the people who jumped out just now. He laughed. "This marshal will remember you. That piece of shit. You really dare to be fierce." The man sneered. "It seems that you really want to die." Chu Yang turned his head and looked at the man. The man's face was not bad, but his legs were too eye-catching. His legs were stretched out, as if he was holding an egg. "Huh!" He immediately laughed out loud and directly launched a personal attack. "That thing, what's wrong with your leg? Are you holding an egg or holding an egg?" Whoosh! The man's blood rushed to his face. "Huh!" Parrot and the others laughed crazily. Chu Hang's mouth was really cheap, and it often exceeded people's expectations. They thought that he would be angry, but they did not expect him to make them not know whether to laugh or cry. Even Shangwan Bao almost couldn't hold back his laughter. "You!" The man was so angry that he trembled, but Chu Yang did not pay attention to him. "Who's your father? Who's your mother?" "Huh!" Shangwan Bao could not help but laugh in his heart. "That country bumpkin is here again. He had tasted that feeling before. He did not know why he was happy when he saw others suffer. Country bumpkin, it seems that you really want to die. The man clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Come and kill me, I'm so scared, Chu Yang said sarcastically. But the man did not dare to move, nor did he dare to incite the others to rush up and chop Chu Yang up. Who's your father? Who's your mother? Chu Yang saw through the man's lies and said again, Now, can you tell me? This person only glared at Chu Yang, causing Chu Yang to mock him even more. Who are you trying to impress? You're just a dog, and your master is just a monster that can't see the light of day. What are you doing here? You're not worthy. Whoosh! He suddenly moved with extreme speed. Soon after, there was a muffled bang. That person covered his head with both hands and squatted down in pain, groaning. Bang, bang, bang. Chu Yang gave him a good beating. Then, he stripped him naked and hung him up to dry. Moreover, he was not the only one. Those who had spoken earlier were all in the same situation. Their vitals were attacked, and they were stripped naked and hung up to dry. A beautiful scene was immediately formed. Boom! The entire scene was in an uproar and filled with disbelief. Chu Yang actually still dared to act in such a manner under the situation of being surrounded by enemies from all sides. Wasn't he afraid of arousing the rage of everyone and being attacked by a group, causing him to die a graveless death? Shangwan Bao broke out in cold sweat as he watched. Ha! The parrot, pretty boy Wei Xian, and the others laughed crazily again. Chu Hang, that bitch, was acting up again. His temper was simply rotten to the core. Of course, they knew that many people would think that Chu Yang was just launching a sneak attack. Otherwise, with his Nirvana realm strength, how could he deal with people who were much stronger than him? However, they clearly knew that this was just a facade of the Chu clan. It was because everyone thought so that Chu Hang would do such a thing. With Chu Hang's strength, it was too easy for him to deal with those people. I will destroy you on behalf of the moon. When Chu Yang faced that scene and said such a sentence with a righteous face, the parrot and the others laughed until they almost exploded. I am a handsome young warrior in the eastern wilderness, and I will fight for justice, Chu Yang added. Shangwan Bao wanted to laugh, but he did not dare. He forced himself to endure, and his face actually cramped up, causing him to grimace in pain. At this time, Chu Yang said to the person holding the egg, Who is your father? Who is your mother? Chapter 2479. Who is your young master? You will be scared to death if I tell you, Chun Xiaoqi said ferociously. You better listen carefully. My young master is Chun Burang from the Chun family. Chun Burang. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment and then laughed crazily. Chun Burang, the loser. Ha ha. Chun Burang was shocked. He never thought that his young master would be defeated by this piece of shit. But he soon found another life-saving straw. Eldest young master, I will not forgive you. Chun Buchuan. Chu Yang already knew about the eldest young master of the Chun clan, one of the 6 great young masters of Tai capital city from Xiaowanjin. He smiled and said, The so-called 6 great young masters of Tai capital city are all so unbearable. Especially this Chun Burang and Chun Buchuan. They are simply too inferior. If my clan had such a stupid servant, I would be ashamed to death. The crowd was speechless. Chun Xiaoqi was too unbearable and damaged the reputation of Chun Buchuan and the Chun family. It was obvious that this country bumpkin was not afraid of Shangwan Can, one of the 6 young masters. How could he be afraid of Chun Buchuan? However, Chun Xiaoqi used Chun Buchuan and even Chun Burang to scare the country bumpkin. Come to think of it, Chun Buchuan's ability to lie with a straight face is absolutely amazing. Chu Yang rubbed his chin and pretended to be scared. Then, he continued to spoof, It's okay to lie with your eyes wide open. But this marshal had never thought that the world could be so terrible. It's so bad that it's going to kill me. Chun Buchuan and the Chun family were degraded to a mouse hole because of Chun Xiaoqi's clumsiness. From today onwards, the Chen clan would more or less be affected. After many people realized this, they couldn't help but be shocked. This country bumpkin seemed to be very strange, but what he did was not completely random. Country bumpkin, the Book of Songs has not been revealed. What can your poem prove? Yes, the Book of Songs is the standard to judge a poem. What's the use of feeling good about yourself? It's ridiculous that you don't understand such common sense. Chun Xiaoqi's fate was tragic, but it didn't scare the others. Soon, 3 more people stood up. Therefore, Chuyang was not surprised. He was definitely going to be stopped. At this moment, he was just waiting for clowns to jump out one after another. And from this, he could determine each of his enemies. Even though Xiao Wanjin said that the 6 great young masters of Tai, capital, wanted him dead, he still had to verify it. There were many jealous people in this world, but those who were jealous were not necessarily evil. Now, he had more or less confirmed it. Because of the Great Harmony Sutra, after he undid his seal, his perception of the human heart had become very sharp. The truth was just as Xiao Wanjin had said. Who is your father and mother? Chuyang suddenly felt a little lazy. He had tossed around and messed around a little too much. He suddenly felt a little tired, so at this moment, he was also a little impatient. Wang family's Wang Kuan, Xiedong of the Xie family, Wu Yuan of the Wu family. These 3 people all introduced themselves. They were respectively from the Wang, Xie, and Wu families. Chuyang glanced at the 3 people. He had no interest in playing pranks anymore. He said indifferently, Chen Xiaoqi's example happened right in front of your eyes, but you didn't take it as a lesson. From this, it seems that Wang Lingyun, Xie Xiaobua, Wu Xian, and Chen Buchuan are all of the same level. All of them are unworthy. The 6 great young masters of Tai capital are also unworthy. Ridiculous. Does questioning equate to being unworthy? The Book of Songs hasn't appeared yet, and you don't let people question it? Country bumpkin, you're really domineering. If that's the case, then you're the only country bumpkin who's unworthy. Wang Kuan, Xie Dong, and Wu Yuan's rebuttal caused an uproar among the crowd. After all, the Book of Songs was the standard to judge whether a poem was good or bad. It was normal that the Book of Songs hadn't been criticized. Although Chuyang's poem was very good, and even stunning, it was still not good. Chuyang looked at all of this coldly. None of the 6 great young masters of Tai, capital, showed themselves. They only sent a few servants, and they actually want to take him in. Then I'll thank you for looking down on me. I'll definitely give you a good start. Chapter 2480. The crowd clamored and clamored, with all kinds of doubts and attacks. Chuyang didn't say a word, didn't laugh, and just listened quietly. Then, in the void behind him, a dense fog suddenly appeared, and a corner was revealed, as if it was the entrance to the celestial world. This, instigator Wang Kuan, Xie Dong, and Wu Yuan's eyes widened, and in an instant, the crowd fell silent. As expected, how can this bitch not have a backup plan? He wants the Wang, Xie, Chun, and Wu families to show their ugly side. Then he will make a move. In this way, if they can't see such a simple thing, the Wang, Xie, Chun, and Wu families are really not up to standard. Shangguan Bao wasn't too surprised. A bitch like Chu Yang was full of bitches. The Book of Songs was the standard to judge poems. How could he not know such common knowledge? The dogs of the Wang, Xie, Chun, and Wu families bit the bitch too quickly, thinking that the bitch is easy to bully. Their teeth are about to break, and they're crying out in pain, showing their ugly side. How laughable. The more Shangguan Bao thought about it, the faster he broke out in cold sweat. If he was like the 4 dogs, he would be in trouble. The crowd became even more silent. In the void behind Chu Yang, it was like a picture scroll was slowly unfolding. When the crowd's gaze fell into the dense fog, they seemed to be pulled, and then it was as if they were in the celestial court. The heavenly soldiers and generals were imprinted in their eyes, and the group of immortals also appeared one by one. In the center was a supreme figure, who seemed to be the celestial emperor of the celestial court. The scene quickly changed again, and turned to a place full of immortals. Suddenly, A woman who looked like a fairy and a goddess was shrouded in the fog, and her face couldn't be seen clearly. But at first glance, everyone was lost in thought, and their minds were completely immersed in it. The clouds think of clothes, the flowers are compatible. When the crowd saw the beautiful woman who looked like a fairy and a goddess, a song was immediately heard. The rhythm was novel, and it was completely different from what the crowd had heard before. Surprisingly, the song was the poem that Chu Yang had just composed. There was no doubt that the singer was also a stunning beauty. This song should only exist in the heavens. How many times can one hear it in the mortal world? Despite such a shocking phenomenon, there was no clamor from the crowd. All of them were immersed in the celestial music. It was like a dream, and they had completely forgotten about themselves and everything else. The spring breeze brushes the balustrade, and the dew is thick. If we did not meet at the top of the Jade Mountain, we would have met under the moon in the Jade Pavilion. It was just that this intoxicating song was too short, and it suddenly stopped. Everyone immediately realized that this song was definitely not finished, and there were more to come. Immediately, there were sounds of great regret from the crowd. How did it end so quickly? There must be more. What a pity, what a pity. Such a beauty, such a celestial voice. Yet I was only able to listen to a short part of it before it was abruptly cut off. It almost drove me mad. It is indeed a pity. Chu Yang only wrote one poem and did not continue the rest. Naturally, the celestial music will come to an abrupt end. To be able to listen to this, you should be satisfied. If not for what happened today, how could we have encountered such a fortunate event? How could we have been able to hear such celestial music? There were even more people discussing and lamenting, and their voices were even noisier. Chu Yang was naturally not surprised by this. In his previous life, the song of purity and peace had already been sung by someone. At this moment, it was naturally novel for it to appear here. Moreover, the power of literature was even more beautiful and moving than in his previous life. Moreover, it was linked to Shangguan Lan, a beautiful and talented woman that everyone in Taijing City knew. The effect was naturally better. Not to mention the others, even he was entranced by it. I wonder how Lan Lan will sound when she sings the song of purity and peace. Chapter 2481. In the blink of an eye, the scene behind Chu Yang completely disappeared. The book of songs appeared and took in the poem, causing the clamorous crowd to suddenly become silent again. It was at least a first-grade poem, without a doubt. But what they found strange was that the book of songs didn't disappear for a long time. It kept appearing behind Chu Yang. When Chu Yang moved his pen again, they understood and immediately exploded again. What? That Chu Yang hasn't even composed a poem yet. But the book of songs has already determined that his poem must be a first-grade poem. This is really too miraculous. The poem hasn't been written yet, but it's already a first-grade poem. Who in the world can do this? And who can get this kind of treatment? It's hard to believe. Seeing all this with my own eyes, it feels very illusory, very unreal. It's also clear that I'm standing on the ground, but it's like I'm stepping on clouds. It's like my soul has left my body. Hearing the incredulous voices of the people, the parrot, Xiao Wanjin, pretty boy Wei Xian, Lu Yunpeng, and Xiong Longxiang couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Their expressions were extremely strange, to the extent that the parrot didn't laugh wildly at this time and show off. Speaking of which, the five of them were also a bit stunned. They knew that Chu Hang's talent in martial arts was exceptional, and no one could compare to him. But they never thought that Chu Hang's talent in literary arts was also like this. Being a master in both literary and martial arts was truly unprecedented. He was invincible under the heavens and lonely like snow. This divine bird finally knows why this divine bird can remember high energy warning ahead, a pear blossom suppressing begonia, and so on. It turns out that this divine bird also has a huge pit here, so deep that I can't see a bird. The parrot made a concluding speech, which made Lu Yunpeng and the others look at each other even more in dismay. Then they smiled bitterly. If they wanted to compare with Chu Hang, then they really would have to throw them away. Then, they really didn't need to live. I finally know why you know that bastard's name is Chu Hang. Pretty boy Wei Xian said gloomily. This bastard is really a huge moving pit. Whoever sees him will feel inferior and want to find a piece of tofu to kill themselves with. He's really a scammer. You'll get used to it soon. You will soon become numb. This is a stage that we have to go through. That's how we survive in our inferiority. It's so fucking difficult. Pretty boy Wei Xian, he was completely a loss for words. He was just lamenting about his current feelings. He would soon become arrogant, but he never expected Xiao Wanjin to make such a direct judgment. He could only feel inferior for 10,000 years. At this time, Chu Yang had already composed a song. Her watery waist was like a girdle, like a piece of black muslin wrapped around a cold jade. Floating in the air, she has her own charm. Looking back, Fendai is vulgar. When the fog is closed, no one can peek through the window. Carriages and horses are free in front of the door. After the ceremony, the altar was quiet in spring. The ground was littered with red blossoms, and the crows cawed. When the poem was completed, it immediately manifested a dreamlike fairyland and peerless beauties. After that, all the scenes disappeared, and the poem was also collected into the Book of Songs. However, the Book of Songs had yet to disappear. People saw that Chu Yang had already composed another poem. Luo Pu doubted back to snow, which mountain like dawn cloud, seeing a devastating city today for the first time, a devastating state once heard coquettish eyes, followed by embarrassment. Red lips parted with laughter, wind rolled thistle leaves, belt sunshine, pomegranate skirt naturally. The madman toils in the air flutter. The parrot exploded. It couldn't take it anymore and poked Chu Yang with its wing. Chu Hang, don't go too far. You want to prove that this divine bird is an idiot? That's absolutely impossible. Hashtag yen %, hashtag yen. Pretty boy Wei Xian directly cursed. That thing, you better stop before going too far. Otherwise, this pretty boy will fight it out with you. Chapter 2482. The parrot and the others were all very excited, cursing loudly, spittle flying everywhere, forming a strange scene, making people look very strange. They also immediately found the parrot and the others too cute. They unexpectedly saw injustice on the road, pulled out a knife to help, and shouted like this, upholding justice. These 5 things made the hearts of many people roar out. Many people in the crowd also couldn't stand it. It was a very difficult thing. That shameless person grabbed the brush and wrote 3 songs in one go. It made them feel incomparably bitter and made them realize that they were idiots. So showing off too much. But Chu Yang seemed to be responding to the parrot and the others. Waving the brush and the ink, he wrote 3 more words. First meeting in front of the grass stairs, meeting in the needle tower. Silk skirt fragrance, jade hairpin wind. Beautiful eyebrows green, bashful pink blushing. Long love of the blue, railing dry shadow. Hibiscus autumn water blooming. Blushing face congeals dew, learning to cry. The rosy clouds are cold and elegant. Cloud hairpin curls, slender branches. Charming and gentle immortal flower Jiu. Lithe spring willow can sleep. Deep in the jade tower, in front of the window. Dreaming of the fragrant grass night. Singing the falling plum sky. The 3 words were written in one go, and they were all the same name, Immortal Lin Jiang, very arrogant. What was most infuriating was that this bastard didn't write a word in one go, but first wrote the first sentence of the 3 words, and then repeated it. Writing a word itself requires a lot of brain cells. This guy is good, writing 3 in one go. That's not all, he also divided the 3 words. This is not silent show-off. Invisible show-off. What else can it be? Chu Hang, you are too much. Fraud. You want to prove that in the whole world, except for you, everyone is a fool? Bastard Tai Jing, Bastard Shangguan Can, Bastard Tai Jing's 6 great young masters. What are you doing for no reason? Using your face as a stage, you let this fraud step on your face, showing off on the stage. You are very happy, right? The parrot and the other four once again shouted out what everyone was thinking. Especially the last sentence. Many people actually agreed with it. If not for the provocation of the 6 great young masters of Tai capital, how could this Chu Hang have such an opportunity to show off and be so rampant? Wang Kun, Xie Dong, Wu Yuan, and Chun Xiaoqi were the representatives of those who were stripped naked and hung up in a row. At this moment, their minds went blank. They froze on the spot, as if they were petrified. This freak, this super freak. How can there be such a person in this world? Should such a person exist in this world? Shangwan Bao broke out in cold sweat as he cursed in his heart. At this moment, he was very clear that the first 3 tests that his young master had carefully designed, the 3 tests that he was so proud of, were nothing but bullshit. His master would definitely suffer a heavy blow. Perhaps he would secretly feel inferior to his master. To be exact, he had never seen such a crushing person, such a crushing blow. After Chu Hang's ruckus, the 6 great young masters of Tai capital had all been crushed once in terms of literary skills, and they would probably be completely crushed to the point that they would have no temper. It could be said that Chu Hang had already secured the first place in the literary test before the imperial examination had even begun. It could be said that he had killed many birds with one stone. Go back and inform me, young master. What are you spacing out for? Are you stupid? Do you want me to kill you? Shangwan Bao secretly transmitted his voice to the people around him 3 times in a row, roaring angrily 3 times. Only then did the people around him come back to their senses and leave reluctantly. To be honest, this person really didn't want to miss such a scene, but he had no choice. However, when this person moved, it immediately became very eye-catching. After many people discovered this, they also quickly reacted and sent people to spread the news of this extremely bad situation. Chapter 2483. In Shangwan Can's courtyard in Duke Zhou's residence, in front of the painting of a pile of feces entering the city, the pile of feces in the painting was still steaming hot, and it still had all kinds of strange expressions on its face. It was still shocked by the magnificence of the painting, and its nerves were still numb. There was no sound at all, but there were 2 people. One was a servant who was trembling in fear, and the other was Shangwan Can. At this moment, Shangwan Can was like the pile of feces in the painting. He had all kinds of surprised expressions on his face. It was as if he was shocked by the boundless grandeur and the various unimaginable things in front of him that made his nerves numb. Crack, crack. It was as though the servant had just been fished out of an ice cave. The sound of his teeth chattering caused Shangwan Can, who was frozen in place, to suddenly move slightly. Soon after, his eyes, which were filled with shock, suddenly erupted with 2 sharp gazes as he stared at the servant with a schwa sound. Ah! The servant almost screamed. He was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. However, he didn't know what kind of force supported him, but he was able to hold on. At this moment, Shangwan Can was too scary. If he couldn't hold on any longer, he might really die. Then tell me the whole story in detail, without leaving out a single detail. When Shangwan Can's voice entered the servant's ears, he suddenly felt like he had fallen into an ice cave again. He couldn't help but shiver. Yes, young master. His voice was also trembling. That pile of shit said something in the beginning. Lu Qianqi punched Zheng Guangxi. The content was a little long. In the end, the servant told Shangwan Can about the main plot and what he thought was the most important thing. When Shangwan Can heard it, he immediately asked, Then he wrote that poem. The clouds think of clothes and flowers. The spring breeze brushes the railings, and the dew is thick. If we don't meet on top of the Jade Mountain, we will meet under the moon in the Jade Pavilion. Is this the poem? After the servant said it once, Shangwan Can remembered it. It was because this poem was really amazing. After hearing it once, he could remember it completely. Every word seemed to be engraved in his mind. Shangwan Can's cultivation was extraordinary. As a saint, he could fight against earthly sovereigns and even kill them. Logically speaking, with his powerful divine sense, there was no need for the servant to come back and report to him. He should have known everything, But in fact, this was not the case. There was a great restriction in Taijing City that greatly restrained a cultivator's spiritual sense. Otherwise, a cultivator with such a powerful spiritual sense would be able to know everything in the city and every family without any secrets. That would be a little abnormal, which was why the restriction was set up. However, this wasn't an absolute rule. Someone like Duke Gio, or those who wielded unparalleled strength, was an exception. Yes, young master, that piece of shit really didn't need to think and wrote such a poem in an instant. Until now, Shangguan could not believe that it was so easy to compose a first-grade poem. Yes, young master, in the Book of Songs, because of this poem, a scene of a fairyland appeared. The fairy even sang this poem with a very strange rhythm. Yes, young master, are you sure? Very sure, the servant added. If not, why would this servant come back to report it? Suddenly, Shangguan couldn't help but think of the scene where Lu Tianqi punched Zheng Guangxi. He immediately felt as if someone had punched him in the nose. His nose bridge was broken and blood spurted out. Chapter 2484. At this moment, he seemed to have become the Zhuangyuan under the bridge, the poor Zheng Guanxi who slaughtered pigs, and the pile of shit became Lu Tai who uprooted the weeping willow. He felt extremely frustrated. Shangguan knew that he was not as capable as the pile of shit. After a while, he recovered and said to the servant again. After that, the pile of shit did not think at all and wrote 2 poems in a row. Yes, young master. The servant was flustered and uneasy. He stole a glance at his master and noticed that Shangguan Can's complexion was as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. His heart trembled, and he hurriedly covered up his actions. Those 2 poems were also first-grade poems, and they both showed miraculous signs. In the end, they were both included in the Book of Songs. Lu Tai punched Zheng Guanxi. Immediately, Shangguan inexplicably thought of this and felt that he had become Butcher Zheng again. The pile of shit raised his fist and punched him in the eye. Immediately, he felt that his eyes were cracked and black pearls burst out. It was as if he had opened a colorful silk shop. Red, black, purple, and so on flooded his senses again. That pile of shit deliberately said this part of the book. Shangguan was very sure that the 3 poems were no different from Lu Tai's 3 punches. The pile of shit wanted to use these 3 punches to crush his pride. The 3 poems were the same. He didn't feel satisfied after punching me 3 times, so he wanted to punch me 3 more times. Shangguan gritted his teeth. Then, he suddenly thought of something and immediately said, "The Book of Songs did not appear, right?" The servant trembled again and then said, "When I came back to report, the classic of had indeed not appeared yet. Let me ask you, did the Book of Songs appear in the end?" Shangguan lost his composure and roared at the top of his lungs. The servant was almost scared out of his wits and fell to the ground. "Young master, please spare my life. I came back in a hurry to report. I really don't know what happened in the end." Bang, bang, bang. The servant kowtowed on the ground again and again, making thumping sounds. Seeing this, Shangguan immediately knew that he had lost his composure. After restraining his emotions, he was a little bored and said lazily, "Get up. Thank you for sparing my life, young master." The servant kowtowed 3 more times before he stood up with a look of surprise on his face. He did not expect that his master would be able to control his anger and regain his composure in the end. That piece of shit, did it write 3 more lyrics? Yes, young master. Remember that. The servant began to sweat again. Fortunately, Chu Yang's pile of shit was truly stunning enough. At that time, he was also focused enough, so he barely managed to remember it. How fortunate! He rejoiced in his heart and said, "Young master, I remember most of it, but I might not remember some parts accurately." Shangguan waved his hand and said impatiently, "It's fine. Just repeat it." After carefully recalling the 3 poems, the servant recited the 3 poems in full. "We met for the first time in front of the steps of Fighting Grass, and we met at the top of the needle-threading tower. Everlasting love is like the dried shadow of a jade railing. when the lotus flowers bloom in autumn. Charming and gentle immortal flowers, light and graceful spring willows can sleep. When Shangwan can heard the three poems, the scene of Lutai pulling up a weeping willow appeared in his mind again. The Lutai in the story seemed to have walked out of the story at this moment. He crossed the river of time and space and appeared in front of Shangwan Can. He punched Shangwan Can's temple. Chapter 2485. Young Master, are you all right? Shangwan can regained his senses after hearing the concerned voice of the servant. However, he felt weak all over as if he had died. When he woke up again, the world seemed to have changed, and he was extremely lonely. He had completely lost to that pile of shit. He thought that his meticulous plan would have been extremely difficult. That pile of shit would definitely not be able to pass, and would have been scared to death. However, none of this happened, and he was the one who was humiliated. He had already realized that he could not compare to that pile of shit in terms of literary skills. To him, this was the most fatal blow. It completely destroyed his confidence and trampled on his pride and self-esteem. He was the grandson of Duke Jiao, one of the 6 young masters of Taijing City. However, he was defeated by a pile of shit. Only Zhong Province had the soil of literary skills. Literary skills were prevalent in Zhong Province and had become one of the criteria to distinguish between high and low in Zhong Province. He grew up in Zhong Province, but was completely inferior to that pile of shit in terms of literary skills. What kind of irony was this? Young Master, actually we are still all right. We are still in the upper echelons. The servant immediately explained Shangwan Bao's response and the situation of the servants of the Wang, Xie, Chun, and Wu families. This made Shangwan King clearly understand that Chen Buchuan and the others were considered to be in the lower echelons by that pile of shit. However, he did not feel happy at all. It was only a matter of time before he became a lower echelon. Furthermore, when he asked Shangwan Bao to warn Chen Buchuan and the others, the 5 of them had reminded him not to lose face for Taijing City and for them. In the end, he completely messed up. What was there to be lucky about? Scram. The more Shangwan King thought about it, the more humiliated and sullen he felt. In the end, he roared, causing the servant to piss his pants in fear and flee. Of course, Shangwan King was not the only one who received the news. He was also not the only one who felt crushed and defeated. Many people in Taijing City felt the same. They felt that they were not as good as Chu Yang, this country bumpkin, in terms of literary skills. It was even more so for the Wang, Xie, Chun, and Wu families. Chen Buchuan and the other 3 young masters felt the same way as Shangwan Can. It was as if they had all turned into Butcher Zheng, a poor family, who had been punched 3 times by Lu Tai, a flowery monk. Chu Yang's definition of them as inferior made the 4 young masters of these 4 clans feel even more ashamed. The fact was that their servants were too unbearable. Therefore, it was only natural that they wouldn't be able to enter the ranks. Naturally, they would not admit it and would quibble, but they had no choice but to face this reality. If they were cultured and noble, then their servants would at least be cultured and have a certain level of intelligence. They would not be so unbearable. In short, this had become a stain on their record. Their own servants had to be tidied up no matter what, or else they would lose face in the future. Being inferior would become a reality. Among the 6 families, Qi Manor was the least affected. However, Huang Fuxian, who was one of the 6 young masters of the Qi Manor, was also furious. He also felt that he had been punched 3 times and was very defeated. He also felt that he was not Chu Yang's opponent in terms of literary skills. Huang Fuxian could not accept this kind of suppression in terms of literary skills at all. Literary skills were only prevalent in the central region. The 6 young masters should be far better than Chu Yang and should be able to suppress Chu Yang. However, it was the other way around. This became a great irony and a great humiliation. Chapter 2486. 3 poems and 3 lyrics, each for 3 beauties. The moment Chu Yang said this, the entire crowd burst into an uproar. This plaything was flirting with the #1 talented lady and the #1 beauty in Taijing City, and yet he was flirting with the other two beauties. This was truly intolerable and unforgivable. However, no one would shout at this playboy. It was truly a fly in the ointment. Shangguan had designed 3 tests outside of Duke Jiu's residence, and there were a total of 9 poems and 9 lyrics at the end of the 3 tests. Chu Yang, this country bumpkin, was too fast when it came to composing poems and lyrics. It was so fast that it could scare people to death. At this point, this country bumpkin did not stop his flaunting. He started to write again. Jade dress slanted and clouds drooped, earlobes slanted and clouds drooped. Spring festival gala drowsy, drowsy late spring. Fine pear snowdrops, falling snow pear flowers thin. Who is frowned shallow? Who is frowned shallow? This was Su Shi's Bodhisattva Barbarian. Furthermore, this poem was written in palindromes, and it was included in the classic of CI as soon as it was completed. The classic of songs and the classic of CI. One seems to be his father, while the other is his mother. They have always been following behind him, never disappearing for even a moment. This really makes me feel indignant. What's the use of feeling indignant? This is still useful. #yin %, %%. I'm scolding till my throat is smoking, but is this of any use? That country bumpkin is still showing off his talent. This is really intolerable. I'll find a chance to beat him half to death. Curses filled the air. Everyone was no longer surprised that Chu Yang could come up with a first-grade poem or lyrics so casually. Their surprise had all turned into curses, displeasure, and unwillingness. The willows in the courtyard are quiet. Sleeping in the daytime are quiet. The willows in the courtyard are quiet. The sweaty clothes are cold. The sweaty clothes are fragrant. The hand is red. The bowl is cold. The hand is red. The smile of the man is long. The long silk lotus smiles. Chu Yang had already come up with a second poem. It was also Su Shi's Bodhisattva Barbarian, and it was also written in palindromes. It was also included in the classic of CI, but this was the summer's complaint after the spring complaint. Bastard country bumpkin, are you done yet? #yin %. After cursing for a while, someone finally spoke his mind. I finally understand how that parrot felt. I have never seen such a smug person. This country bumpkin must prove that we are illiterate, that we are fools. I really can't stand him anymore. After passing the 3rd test, Chu Yang had already arrived at the entrance of Duke Jiu's residence. However, he didn't enter the residence, and instead continued to show off, causing many people to feel an itch at the roots of their teeth. The parrot and the other 4 didn't say anything. Chu Hang was clearly trying to infuriate them to death, and was showing off to them to death. As his future son-in-law, it was understandable for him to flaunt his worth before Duke Jiu, but this was definitely going overboard. It seemed that Chu Hang didn't understand this principle at all. Shangguan Bao also didn't know what kind of brain structure Chu Hang had. What he knew was that his master was probably on the verge of exploding upon seeing Chu Hang's smug attitude. Shangguan had failed to scam Chu Hang, and instead, he had helped Chu Hang achieve his goal. How would he feel? How would he feel? Shangguan Bao understood very well, and he was extremely understanding. Encountering such a troublemaker, anyone would be angered half to death, even if that person was one of the 6 great young masters of Taijing City. Let's not talk about other things. Just take the current situation as an example. His master had set up a total of 81 levels in the mansion, but Chu Kong had been playing outside for a long time without going in. His master's heart had probably been scratched by the cat's claws. Just as he thought, it was about time. Shangguan was rubbing his palms together, waiting for his revenge. He wanted to return the 3 punches that Lu Tai threw at Jingguanqi. But no matter how he held it in, that pile of shit still hadn't entered. He was so impatient that he was about to explode. Chapter 2487. Everyone, since I am so outstanding, Won't my 3 future wives have to worry that I will attract bees and butterflies all the time? If I stay outside for a night and don't come back, won't they resent me? Spring, summer, autumn, and winter are all present. Isn't this very cool? I have completely written their inner thoughts, right? He smiled and bragged to everyone. He felt that he was lofty, bright, and very stalwart. Only a shameless person like him would be able to say and do something like that. Thus, in the crowd, many people rolled their eyes and gnashed their teeth in anger. Chuyang didn't care at all. He coughed a few times and deliberately emphasized, "These 4 lyrics are palindromes." As for what palindromes are, you don't need to ask because they're too advanced and difficult for you to understand. Moreover, the more you try to understand, the more it will hurt your self-esteem. Palindromes were really not found in the Central Province. Therefore, the people were really confused when they heard it. They felt that it was inexplicably high and mighty. Back to the topic, I'm going to see my wife. Everyone, please clap to show your encouragement. Who would clap? Amidst the silence, Chuyang finally walked towards Duke Jiu's residence. It's coming, it's coming. This pile of shit is finally coming. In the residence, Shangguan Can's steely teeth were almost crushed. He felt that Chuyang was slowly walking toward him. In his anger, he couldn't help but feel excited. He was so excited that he was trembling. It was as if he was going to take revenge. Clatter. Suddenly, Chuyang stopped and turned around. He said to the crowd again, "I suddenly thought of something." As he said that, he clasped his hands behind his back and raised his head. He said something that many people didn't understand. Moreover, it was very offensive. Back in the days, there were many animals holding a guitar and singing in front of a girl's house. They even shouted, "I love you so," and so. Although I despised and disdained them, I still envied them from the bottom of my heart. After a pause, he rubbed his chin and said, "Why don't I also have such a thing to feel it?" While Chuyang was hesitating, Shangguan was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. He could not help but want to bang his head against the wall. When the parrot and the others saw the expression on Chu Hang's face, especially when Chu Hang seemed to be thinking about something, they began to smirk. They were certain that Chu Hang was up to something, and sure enough, they were right. Suddenly, Chuyang retreated more than 30 feet away. Then, with him as the center, a cube that was 3 meters in length, width, and height turned completely dark. His figure also disappeared, and only his voice could be heard. "Everyone, please allow me to show off for a while. I'm also a singer." After a howl, he continued, "I'm a singer. I want to hold a concert, a special concert for my future wife. Everyone, you're in for a treat." As soon as he finished speaking, it was as if the curtain of darkness had been pulled open. Everyone's gazes were immediately visible. Then, in the darkness, beams of light shone down on Chuyang. They intertwined with each other and finally all shone on him. At this moment, he was holding a strange object in his arms. It seemed to be some kind of musical instrument, and he was posing in a way that he thought was cool, as if he was waiting to do something. In addition, there were also strange musical instruments behind him, each of which was controlled by a light shadow. Of course, these were all transformed by Chuyang's magical power. Of course, no one could understand what Chu Hang was doing, and no one knew what he was doing. They only knew that he looked more and more despicable. Soon, the music started to play. To be exact, it was the sound of a guitar, drums, and bass. Then ow! Chuyang's short howl gave everyone a fright. Then, he started to sing with incomparable passion. No one was willing to suppress the anger and impulse in their hearts and curse this hypocrisy and falsehood. "I never believed that I had to kneel down and face my life, even if there was no one to help me. My whole life, I only relied on my hands. Let me howl crazily. Chu Hang, what the hell are you singing? I don't understand a single word." Chapter 2488. Many people couldn't help but nod their heads. The parrot shouted out their thoughts. They couldn't understand it at all. Moreover, the melody seemed even stranger, especially those who were proficient in music. They had never heard such a melody before. Chu Yang didn't care. It would be strange if the parrot could understand. The language he used was definitely not in the heavenly spirit world. After the song, insufferably arrogant, he shouted a few more songs. Only the parrot could understand them, but when he opened his mouth, it was love or not love. Immediately, everyone's face turned red. They were very embarrassed. The next song after that was less love, but it seemed to have a special meaning. I finally made this decision. I don't care what others sigh as long as you are sure I am willing to follow you to the ends of the earth. Courage. When the people heard this song, they finally heard the deceit. This was definitely sung by Chu Hang for the Divine Fragrance Girl. I love you for 10,000 years. Because how can there be vicissitudes in love? Love is only one word. I only say one word. After that, Chu Yang had various kinds of love. He was completely depraved and shameless. At first, many people's faces burned when they heard it. They couldn't accept the love between a man and a woman. There were too many kinds of love, so many that they were numb. Don't be sad anymore. I see hope. Do you still have the courage to leave with me? Want to elope with you? To the farthest town? Want to elope with you? To be the happiest person? When the song Elope came out, it gave people a big fright. Pit Chu actually planned to elope with a talented girl who wanted divine fragrance. They also seemed to hear Chu Yang's helplessness from the lyrics. Their moods immediately smoothed out, and they felt very comfortable. Serve 'em right. This is how it should be. All kinds of helplessness, all kinds of tragedies. When Shangguan can heard Chu Hang, this piece of shit, announce his dirty thoughts to the public and announce his elopement to the world, he gritted his teeth and decided to guard against this piece of shit. He could not allow this piece of shit to succeed. He could not even think about eloping. After that, Chu Yang became even more vulgar. He sang Little Apple, Above the Moon, and all kinds of divine songs. He completely cleansed everyone's worldview, making everyone look at him as if they were looking at an alien. Chu Yang didn't care at all. He was having a great time. After his concert ended, he said to the crowd, "Everyone, you can see how passionate this marshal's love is. I accept fairies, goddesses, witches, geniuses, saintesses, and so on. 3 palaces and 6 courtyards can't fit them all. Is there a problem? After all, my love is so endless." What he received was all kinds of ridicule, curses, and all kinds of malicious words. However, Chu Yang could only smile. It was normal that they couldn't accept it. Who asked him to be so handsome? Everyone, this marshal forgot something. Today is the deadline for the imperial examinations. This marshal only cared about showing off and forgot about the proper business. He scratched his head and suddenly spoke. Everyone was caught off guard. There is a high alert ahead. Everyone, please come back to watch another day. This marshal will work harder so that everyone's trip will not be in vain. Whoosh! After throwing out these words, he madly ran in the direction of the Hall of One in Taijing City. In an instant, he disappeared without a trace, leaving behind the astonished crowd and a pile of chicken feathers. Rumble! A loud sound suddenly came from Duke Jiu's residence. The area around the entrance had completely collapsed. Amidst the billowing smoke, everyone saw Shangguan Can's constipated expression. Immediately, everyone understood that Chu Hang had played such a trick. Shangguan Can's all-out attack had hit empty air. He was so upset and sullen that he wanted to die. He was played like a fool. He, Shangguan Can, was completely played by Chu Hang. Everyone's expression was very interesting. Shangguan Can, one of the 6 great young masters of Taijing City, was actually played like a monkey. They also completely understood that Chu Hang's "I'm a singer" was actually teasing Shangguan Can. I just won't do it. So what? Come and hit me. Revenge breeds revenge. When will it ever end? What's the point of doing this? No matter what, he is still your future brother-in-law. Chu Hang has done this. How can he have a good life in the future? Chapter 2489. When Chu Yang went to the Palace of One in Taijing City, the people in front of Duke Jiu's residence didn't disperse. They were discussing and exclaiming with disbelief. Or they were analyzing Chu Yang's plans, schemes, and so on. Different people had different points of focus. Naturally, they also had different opinions. Of course, not everyone was angry about such a matter. There were even some people who were rejoicing in other people's misfortune and were overjoyed. The six major forces in Taijing City didn't necessarily have no enemies and people who resented them. Xiao Jin, Lu Yunpeng, Xiong Longxiang, and the gigolo Wei Xian left quietly. Chuyang was not here. If they didn't leave, they would probably become the target of public criticism. The parrot returned to Shangwan Lan's side and reported the various things that happened today. When Shangwan Lan was in the Sky Academy in the East Continent, she knew that Chu Yang had provoked Jin Ming. In the Middle Continent, Chu Yang had provoked the talented girl Xiao Xiang. She knew all about it from Chu Yang's letter. Only in a world like the heavenly spirit world, Chu Yang dared to tell Shangwan Lan everything. As for Shangwan Lan's reaction, he didn't know. This was also a task he gave to the parrot. The parrot felt that it was really pitiful. It had become a double agent. However, when it came back and saw that Shangwan Lan's face was still red, it was relieved. Things were not as bad as it thought. Therefore, it thought that Shangwan Lan must have fallen in love with Chu Li in all kinds of ways. It bombarded Shangwan Lan until she lost all sense of direction. Her heart had completely fallen for Chu Li. But in the end, the parrot still asked Shangwan Lan how she felt after listening to the song Elopement. She was not considerate enough and asked Shangwan Lan how she felt after listening to the song Elopement. Could it interview her? It even used its parrot voice to imitate Chu King's voice and sing Elope once. Then it put on its flowery clothes. The parrot's intestines were green with regret, and it wailed like a ghost and howled like a wolf. In the midst of the parrot's screams, Shangwan came to Duke Jiu's study with an ugly expression. He understood that he was going to be severely reprimanded. Shangwan Bao and Duke Jiu's old servant were waiting outside. At this moment, Shangwan Bao was also terrified, especially when he knew that the parrot was wearing floral garments and heard its ghostly wails and howls. He was afraid that he would not be able to escape. After his master was taught a lesson by Duke Jiu, the chances of such a thing happening would be much higher. Duke Jiu's study was extremely quiet. There wasn't any fragrance or tea, only the faint scent of ink. Duke Jiu's expression was as kind as ever, and he had no intention of lecturing Shangwan Ken at all. However, Shangwan Chanshin's heart skipped a beat, and he became even more uneasy and anxious. To be honest, he would rather see his grandfather with a dark face or an angry look. At least that would not be the worst-case scenario. This time, it was not the case. Obviously, his grandfather was very dissatisfied with what he had done today. He had even violated some principle or crossed some bottom line, which his grandfather could not tolerate. "Kinner, you're here." Duke Jiu was sitting in front of the desk with an ancient book in his hands. When he saw Shangwan Can, he couldn't help but smile. In fact, it seemed like he was fond of Shangwan Can became even more uneasy and fearful. Even though he was familiar with Duke Jiu's appearance and had seen it often, it still made his hair stand on end. The reason was that he feared nothing except for his grandfather. Ever since he was young, his grandfather had always been the strictest to him. It could be said that the reason why he was so cultured and knowledgeable was all because of his grandfather. His profligacy and recklessness could be said to be a form of indulgence. It could be said that he was rebelling against his grandfather, as if his grandfather was his father. Chapter 2490. Kinner, are you afraid of me? Duke Jiu's sudden words startled Shangwan Can. He immediately panicked and hurriedly said, "Grandfather, how can Kinner be afraid of you? You're my grandfather." How could Duke Jiu not know whether Shangwan Can was afraid or not? However, he didn't expose him. Instead, he said, "You should know that I sent your uncle to the Eastern Continent." Shangwan Can knew that Shangwan Shao had been to the Eastern Continent, and he also knew the reason why his uncle went there, to warn that pile of shit, as well as to test him. "Chu Yang isn't afraid of me." Shangwan Can was taken aback by those words. He immediately understood the meaning behind his grandfather's words. Shangwan Bao asked that pile of shit to compose a poem and mentioned his grandfather. However, that pile of shit didn't give his grandfather any face. Instead, he gave his parents' face. From this, it could be said that the pile of shit wasn't afraid of his grandfather at all. That pile of shit is an outsider, and even he isn't afraid of grandfather. I'm grandfather's grandson, so why should I be afraid of my grandfather? Grandfather can kill me, but can he eat me? Of course not. All of a sudden, Shangwan Can's heart relaxed, and he became much calmer. Looks like it's not bad to have such an opponent as a comparison. Even though Duke Jiao didn't hear Shangwan Can's thoughts, he could sense the change in his grandson. He smiled in satisfaction, causing Shangwan Can to feel humiliated. He roared furiously, "That pile of shit isn't worthy of being compared to me." Duke Jiao didn't reprimand him for his disdain toward Chu Yang. Instead, he asked, "I know that you want to make things difficult for him, but I didn't stop you. Do you know the reason for that?" This question came out of nowhere, and Shangwan Can was taken aback. He thought, "Grandfather, aren't you going to test that pile of shit as well? Why would you stop me?" However, since his grandfather asked him this question, he knew that there was more to it than that. He just couldn't figure it out. Not returning to one's hometown for riches is like walking in the night. Kenner, have you heard of this saying before? Shangwan Can seem to have caught on to something, and he vaguely understood the meaning behind his grandfather's words. However, in the end, he still couldn't make sense of it. You can put it that way. I swear I won't return it until I've learned it and become famous. Duke Jiao paused for a moment before saying, "If you were Chu Yang and you weren't fully prepared, would you come here?" Boom! Shangwan Can's brain exploded as he completely understood why his grandfather didn't stop him. That piece of shit had just entered Taijing, so it was impossible for him to visit at such a time. When that piece of shit first entered Taijing City, he had nothing. The imperial examination was approaching. If he were to stand out in the imperial examination and emerge as the champion, wouldn't he be even more confident when he visited them then? At the very least, if that piece of shit were to come knocking on his door, he would at least prepare some gifts. How could he possibly come empty-handed? Shangwan Can quickly thought of an even more important reason. Even though that pile of shit was on good terms with his family and even had a marriage agreement with his sister, that pile of shit would definitely not use this as an excuse to move into Grand Duke Jiao's residence and borrow its influence. Because he was proud, he would never lower himself and grovel in front of their family and become a punching bag. From their initial interaction, he had to admit that that pile of shit had a backbone, and he was extremely arrogant. How could he possibly be looked down upon by their family and become worthless? Grandfather, I saw through it long ago, but I wasn't aware of it. Chapter 2491. Look at these 4 poems. When Duke Jiao saw that Shangwan Can had finally understood what he meant, he continued, Chui Huan, 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 Chui. The Spring Festival Gala was drowsy in late spring. Fine pear snowfalls, falling snow pear flowers fine. Who is frowning and thinking of? Who is frowning and thinking of? Duke Jiao recited it slowly and said, "This poem is about spring's resentment." The first 6 lines describe the late spring season in detail, the woman's posture, and the melancholy of sleep. The scenery seeps into the mood. The meaning is tranquil. The phrase, whose frown is shallow. Who is it that I miss? Who is it that I miss when I frown and worry? And who would miss a frowning and worried person like me? When the same words are inverted, the meaning of the words will change, and the charm will also be different. It can be said to be wonderful. At this point, Duke Jiao paused. He looked at Shangwan Can and asked, "Do you know what palindromes are?" Palimpsest. Was it the palindrome mentioned by that pile of shit? Shangwan Can was stunned. He really didn't know. Previously, he didn't want to know and didn't think it was a big deal. But when his grandfather asked, his mind buzzed, and he immediately realized the ingenuity of it. The next sentence of Jade made slanting curtain cloud drooping ear is Jade made slanting curtain cloud drooping ear. Isn't this the complete opposite? The Spring Festival Gala was drowsy, drowsy in late spring. Fine pear snow falls, falling snow pear flowers fine. Who does a frown miss? Who does a person miss a frown? When he finished the entire poem, he suddenly realized that every sentence was the same. Every sentence was reversed, and the entire poem was like this. His mind was greatly shaken. This piece of shit actually has such a clever mind. Is it so impressive? He thought. His poetry has already reached such a level of purity and perfection. Shangwan was deeply shocked. She suddenly thought of the other 3 poems. The willows in the courtyard are quiet, and the people sleep during the day. The willows in the courtyard are quiet, and the people sleep during the day. A thin sweaty gown is cool. A thin sweaty gown is fragrant. Ice bowl lotus root red hand. Ice bowl lotus root red hand. Lang Zhao's lotus root silk is long. The long lotus root silk smiles Lang Zhao. This was the story of the summer girl's grievances. The first half of the song was about the scene of sleeping during the day, while the second half was about the sorrowful thoughts after waking up. Although the intention was not deep, the language was clear and elegant. The long lotus root symbolized a long-lasting affection in the poem. Using the lotus root to harmonize with the word couple, and using the word silk to harmonize with the word think, the lotus root nodes were of the same mind, thus symbolizing the eternal love between lovers. Therefore, the saying, Lang Jun laughs at my longing for love, but I laugh at Lang Jun for not appreciating it, actually meant, Lang Jun laughs at my longing for love, but I laugh at Lang Jun for not appreciating it. The meaning of the girl's resentment was only pointed out at the end of the sentence. Moreover, it was hidden in an object extremely implicit and tactful. Moreover, every sentence was a palindrome. Under Duke Jiu's tutelage, Shangwan Can's attainments in poetry had reached an extraordinary level. It only took him a moment to realize the essence of the second poem. Jingtong Shuang Zhao, cold makeup Shuang Zhao, cold makeup Shuang Tong well. The snowflakes fly and melt my cheeks. The fragrance on my cheeks separates me from the warmth of the flowers and snow. The third poem was Autumn's Resentment, while the fourth poem was Winter's Resentment. These 2 poems were the same as the first 2. They were also palindromes, and they were also exquisite and exquisite. They combined the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. When Shangwan Can realized this, he was completely dumbfounded. He already knew that the pile of shit was a formidable poet, but he didn't know that the pile of shit would have reached such a level in the field of poetry. As pure as the flames of passion, as simple and natural as eating and drinking, he could compose a top-notch poem with ease. Do you still think that he's inferior to you? Wang. Duke Jiu's words sounded like a resounding bell in Shangwan Can's ears. In an instant, his mind buzzed once more, and his heart trembled uncontrollably. The conviction in his heart was struck by an unprecedented blow. Do you still think that you're inferior to him in terms of literary prowess, but he's inferior to you in terms of martial arts? Chapter 2492. Shangwan Can knew very well that in the entire heavenly spirit world, only the central planes had education, and only in the central planes did the literary path flourish. Because of this, the literary path had become one of the bases of nobility, forming the order of nobility. Only in the central planes did the literary path receive great attention. No other place could compare to it. But whether it was in the central plains or any other place, the martial path was highly valued. In other words, that pile of shit might be able to surpass him in the martial path, but it was impossible for him to surpass him in the literary path. On the other hand, if that pile of shit was able to surpass him in the literary path, then it wouldn't be surprising if that pile of shit was able to surpass him in the martial path. Kinner, a person's background, environment, and so on are all very important. But if someone is inferior to you in these aspects, it doesn't mean that you will be able to surpass them. Because in this world, there are always some people who can't be judged by common sense. Shang didn't reply. He didn't speak for a long time. After a long time, a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he spoke. Grandfather, are you saying that Chu Yang is such a person? He didn't refer to Chu Yang as a pile of shit anymore, because he was Duke Jiu's grandson. At this point, if he still did not have the slightest bit of awareness, then he was truly beyond redemption. Hearing those words, Duke Jiu nodded. From the looks of it, he's a monster, a complete anomaly. Even when he's in an extremely disadvantageous position, he's still able to overcome it and emerge victorious over those who are far more outstanding than him. Even if he is a freak in the martial path, I won't necessarily lose to him. Shang can gritted his teeth and said these words in a very unconvinced manner. Ha! All of a sudden, Duke Jiu burst into laughter. Why is it only in terms of martial arts? Are you really inferior to him in terms of literary skills? Kinner, you or my grandson, don't be scared by a few poems of his. Shang was shocked. He thought that his grandfather was going to teach him a lesson, but he didn't expect that his grandfather would say such words in the end, and that he would believe him so much. He really did not expect this at all, so the warmth in his heart surged. When he saw his grandfather's kind face again, other than the respect in his heart, another stronger feeling burst forth. This was his grandfather, the renowned Duke Jiu of the Central Plains. This was a benevolent old man who loved and cared for him greatly and was filled with confidence in him. He had given him great encouragement, recognition, and confidence. He was one of the most important figures in his life. How lucky am I to have such a grandfather? How can I be inferior to that Chu Yang? Shang can clench his fists and said confidently, Grandfather, you're right. I might not be inferior to him in terms of literary skills. Ha ha ha. Duke Jiu laughed heartily. Kinner, you are indeed my grandson. Only during the imperial examinations will you be able to see your true abilities and determine victory and defeat. Only by defeating him in front of everyone's eyes will you be able to display your true ability. So, Kinner, during this period of time, before the imperial examinations begin, don't worry about anything else. Just focus on studying and practicing martial arts. The imperial examinations. Shang Can's heart jolted. He immediately agreed with his grandfather's words. That was the place where a man should display his true abilities. Everything else was just a small matter, not worth a mention. Grandfather, I will work hard. I won't let you down. Go work hard. You won't lose to anyone. After Shang Can and Shang Bao left, the old servant by Duke Jiu's side asked, Old Master, do you really think that young Master can defeat that little bastard? Chapter 2493. Stroking his beard, Duke Jiu chuckled. Do you want to hear the truth or the lie? The old servant chuckled. Old Master, of course, I want to hear the truth. Duke Jiu retracted the smile on his face and said, Kinner is able to defeat that bastard, but Kinner is also far inferior to that little bastard. This seemed to be a contradiction, but the old servant immediately understood what was going on. The first sentence was, Nothing is predestined, and everything can be changed. The second sentence was to say that Shang was indeed inferior to Chu Yang in many aspects. On top of that, as Shang Can's grandfather, Duke Jiu naturally had confidence in his grandson. In fact, it could also be said that Duke Jiu's confidence in Shang was equivalent to his confidence in himself. After all, he was the one who taught Shang Can. Young Master isn't the only one who is dissatisfied. Old Master is clearly dissatisfied as well. The old servant couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He knew his master very well. In truth, what Shang had learned from Duke Jiu wasn't just limited to what the latter had said. He also understood what Duke Jiu had left unsaid. Shang Bao had requested for Chu Yang to compose a poem. So why would Chu Yang give face to his parents and not his grandfather? That was because Chu Yang knew that his grandfather was Duke Jiu, so he was bound to be a reasonable person. Naturally, such a person could be persuaded with reason. Furthermore, through the song Elope, Shangwan can also understood the meaning behind Chu Yang's words. His elder sister Shangwan Lan's marriage to Chu Yang wasn't a marriage of lower status, and even if his family wanted to stop it, they wouldn't be able to do so. He sure is confident and arrogant. Because of this, he thought of Chu Yang's wanton and unrestrained behavior. He was also the same. However, in comparison, he realized that his unrestrained behavior was nothing more than a profligate scion. On the other hand, Chu Yang wasn't one of them. Chu Yang's wanton and unrestrained behavior was the result of all the restraints of the world. All the enmity, all the contempt and ridicule of his enemies was the most vivid embodiment of his free self. In this regard, Shangwan can realize that he was far inferior to Chu Yang. As a result, he became even more hardworking in the following days, almost not sleeping at all. When Shangwan was reminded by Duke Jiao, Chu Yang was blocked by a group of people on his way to the Wen Palace Hall. After this group of people blocked Chu Yang, they didn't make a move. They just stopped him. After he spoke, they arrogantly informed him that someone had ordered them to do so, and that person was about to arrive. Chu Yang did not know who it was, but he was not afraid, so he waited. This is Chu Yang, the fiancé of the divine fragrance genius girl. Doesn't he look like much? Although Chu Yang's arrival in Taijing City was very lively, not everyone paid attention to it, especially the people in the Wen Palace Hall. They definitely didn't think that there was anything more important than the imperial examination. Therefore, even though many of them heard that Chu Yang was going to enter the city, they didn't pay attention to it. Now that Chu Yang had appeared in front of them, they naturally began to talk about it. He's only in the Nirvana realm. This kind of strength is too weak in the imperial examination. He's not far from the bottom. Don't judge so easily. Since this country bumpkin was able to come here, he might have already broken through many obstacles. I'm afraid that he's quite capable. If that's the case, the city should be very lively. Soon, the news will spread here. That's right. Let's wait and see. Also, isn't there someone blocking him? Let's see how he's going to sign up for the imperial examination. Chapter 2494. Chu Yang could not help but frown when he heard the discussions. It was indeed a little late. It would be very troublesome if he missed the registration time of the imperial examination. He could not tolerate it. The imperial examination was an opportunity to show his value. He still hoped to make a name for himself in the imperial examination and then use this opportunity to meet his wife. Who is this group of people? Who is looking for trouble with me? Chu Yang pondered in his heart, but in the end, he could not help but laugh. It must be those people, those who admired Shangwan Lan, those who did not like and looked down on him. Get out of my way. Since that guy is here, I will naturally meet him. He took a step forward, but the group of people in front of him did not move at all. The leader of the group was a burly young man. He looked at him condescendingly and said coldly, "Country bumpkin, you'd better behave yourself. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." After a pause, the man sneered and said, "I asked you to wait, so you wait. Do you think I'm negotiating with you? How unreasonable." Chu Yang's expression suddenly turned cold, but he was also very helpless. Strength. Among the group of people, at least the cultivation of the death spirit realm, most of them were sages, and there were even 3 or 4 of them at LV1 Earth Emperor realm. The burly young man was at LV1 Earth Emperor realm. Although his cultivation was high, his foundation was not very solid. However, there were many people in this group. If Chu Yang wanted to break through, he would have to reveal his strength. He did not want to reveal his strength before the imperial examination began. Are you sure you want to do this? Humph, country bumpkin, it seems that you really don't understand human language. It seems that there is no other way. Crack. Chu Yang clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles made cracking sounds. He pondered in his heart, this group of people must have received someone's order to block my way. As for the person who gave the order, he must have known what I did in Taijing City. In other words, that guy is looking for trouble. He could not wait any longer. Otherwise, he would really delay the registration for the imperial examinations. At this moment, Chu Yang was truly sullen and helpless. He was forced to reveal his strength and fall into a passive state. That country bumpkin is really arrogant. From the looks of it, he's planning to fight with Chun Duan and the others. There's a good show to watch. We'll soon find out how capable this country bumpkin is. The country bumpkin looks very arrogant now, but don't be too unsightly later. Otherwise, he would cry bitterly and beg for mercy on his knees. That would be meaningless, and we would be looking forward to it for nothing. He's only at the Nirvana realm. I really don't know how this country bumpkin can be so presumptuous. The crowd in front of the Wind Palace Hall immediately became lively and clamorous. Because of the hubbub, the civil officials in the Hall of Literature already knew about the situation here. They knew that Chu Yang's registration was blocked, but they didn't care. You will regret this. All of you will regret this. Chu Yang couldn't help but get angry. Did they really think they were chickens, ducks, and dogs that they could bully and humiliate at will? Rumble. It wasn't the sound of thunder, but a loud sound caused by someone rushing over, just as Chu Yang was about to trigger the Thunder Tribulation. The Thunder Tribulation had always been one of Chu Yang's trump cards. Under the situation where he was blocked and he didn't want to reveal his strength, he immediately thought of this method. After staying in the Sage King College for so long, he had stayed at the peak of the Nirvana realm for nearly a few months. At this time, it was easy for him to trigger the Thunder Tribulation. Once the Thunder Tribulation appeared, the world would turn upside down. Chapter 2495. Woo 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 woo. Before the person arrived, the world was already filled with the sound of the wind. The surrounding buildings were suffused with a faint light. The restrictions protecting the buildings in the city had already been activated. With a whoosh, the person was very fast. Before the crowd could react, he had already floated down like a cloud. He had already turned around. In his strange eyes, two blue beams of light shot out, staring at Chu Yang. His gaze was fierce, like an eagle staring at a mouse. Chu Yang was not afraid at all. His gaze also met. The two gazes seemed to meet in midair. In an instant, the surroundings were dead silent. Only the wind was blowing, but it was quickly weakening. The person who came was dressed in a green robe. As soon as he landed in front of the group of people, he immediately showed a great difference. His clothes were different, his face was different, and his temperament was different. He did not speak much, but his words and actions seemed to be different. Everything was different. He was not dressed strangely, nor did he have a strange appearance, but he would give people a different feeling. His arrival was like a crane landing in a flock of chickens, a crane standing out from a flock. He was outstanding and did not belong to the crowd. Chu Yang immediately thought of a name, Chun Buchuan. He also almost immediately determined that this person was Chun Buchuan. There was no basis, just intuition. If this is really Chun Buchuan, I'm afraid this Chun Buchuan is really terrifying. Chu Yang's eyes narrowed slightly. The person was exactly like his name and completely matched. This was definitely not easy to do. To be able to do it was definitely something to be proud of. The wind was weaker, and there was no sound of wind. Finally, the wind completely stopped. There was no wind at all, making everything seem even more dead silent, even more oppressive. No one dared to make a sound. Everyone quietly looked at the two people in the field. The two slender figures, their eyes did not blink. Chun Buchuan, you are that pile of shit. The two people almost said in unison. Chu Yang's voice was the first to fall, followed by Chun Buchuan's voice. It seemed to have been dragged out, and so did the contempt in his voice. At this moment, the two of them confirmed each other's identity. The difference was that Chu Yang's words were more restrained, while Chun Buchuan was very presumptuous. Chu Yang didn't pay attention to this kind of contempt. He was already impervious to contempt. He directly said, Zhui Er Ikun. Chun Buchuan is a very good name, and he did a good job on the surface. It's a pity that you don't live up to your name. You're really unworthy of such a good name. You're saying that I stopped you from registering because I didn't dare to compete with you in the imperial examination? Is that right? Shen Buchuan did not avoid this point at all. He then said, "You can rest assured that no matter how late it is, even if you can't register in time, no one will dare to stop you from participating in the imperial examination." Chu Yang understood the meaning behind his words. If he couldn't participate in the imperial examination, Shangwan Kan, the 6 great young masters of Taijing City, would definitely not agree. They would be furious because they all wanted to crush Chu Yang in the imperial examination to prove themselves. Whoever dared to miss this opportunity would be making an enemy out of the 6 great young masters. Even Taijing City's One Palace couldn't bear this. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.